How to speedrun obesity.
New year, new me. When I found out 2 in every 5 adults in the United States are obese, I made it my New Year's resolution to improve that figure. But how do you make yourself obese as fast as possible?
Fat and sugar, bro. Not even like fast food. If you just start eating like pastries and highly processed foods, you would get morbidly obese so fast. Like you could, if you really wanted to, you could gain like 50 pounds in a month by just eating like. What's hard isn't getting obese. What's hard is getting morbidly obese, right? It's not hard to be 350, you know? It's hard to be 550, 600 pounds. When you see people on like My 600 Pound Life, that's hard. They're eating all day, every day. They're eating 10,000 calories, right? But for you to gain an absurd amount of weight isn't really that complicated. It's just eating a lot of sugars, empty calories that you're not going to burn off. Saturated fats, trans fats, like that.
What is obesity? Well, obesity is when you have excessive body fat, typically diagnosed with a body mass index exceeding 30, meaning if the rate...
I think BMI is inaccurate when it comes to determining a healthy adult, but it is accurate in determining obesity. Body mass index, though, is pretty bad for just determining whether or not you're overweight or not. Yeah, especially for kids, growing people, bodybuilders, athletic people that just weigh more than others.
Meaning if the ratio between your weight and height squared is above 30, you're probably obese. However, it's important to note that BMI is a flawed system. For example, John Cena is 6'1" and weighs 251 pounds with a BMI of 33.1. But
he's morbidly obese by the BMI scale.
Not fat. So why is his BMI so high? Well, because muscle weighs more than fat, BMI can be misleading. But most people aren't built like John Cena. So you probably can't use that as an excuse. On the most basic...
Body fat percentage. The average person with like morbid obesity has a body fat percentage like above 35% or something. For men. For women are always going to have more body fat just because of where they hold weight. Boobs is a big thing as well. Like, women naturally have a higher body fat percentage. You could have a six-pack as a woman with, like, a 12% body fat percentage. As a man, it's got to be around, like, 8, 10, something like that.
Basic level, obesity happens when you consume more calories than you burn. Okay, duh.
Do dicks count? Your penis is an organ, and it's not fat. No. Your dick does not add to your body fat percentage. And even if it did, it would be a very debatable. It's not debatable.
So instead, I like to focus on small habits that can compound into a massive difference over time. After all, a journey of 1,000 pounds begins with a single bite. So let's go over a scenario on how you should behave to maximize weight gain.
That's me eating ramen. Damn, Raygasm, you fucking goat. I think it's because I did a react to his how to speedrun cancer video, which, let me say, masterpiece. So, very excited for this one.
Picture this. John just crafted the perfect custom combo box on the Taco Bell app.
Ooh, Taco Bell's a good... what's like the worst fast food place for you? There's probably a definitive off of like the options they have. Taco Bell's probably up there. Wendy's is up there. Wendy's is really not... Wendy's has healthy options, but like, I think if you're eating a triple bacon order... Wait, what's the place that sells like it's called a 4x4, and it's like 4 patties. It's like this big. Is that Jack? No, it's not Jack. Is that In-N-Out? Five Guys? One of those ones. Those ones have to be horrible for you.
But his Taco Bell points are about to expire. If he doesn't use them now, they'll die. John cashes out and adds a beefy 5-layer burrito to his cart. While waiting on his $30 DoorDash order to arrive, he queues up a YouTube video. The stage is set. Obviously, fast food provides vital structural support to the obesity food pyramid. It's calorically dense, highly processed, and can snowball into other weight-gaining habits.
Ooh, don't drink water, only drink soda. soda, juices.
Habits. A single meal can easily exceed your recommended daily caloric intake and oftentimes leaves you feeling empty like when the liquor store is closed. That's because satiation depends more on nutrient content than calories alone. Fast food and junk foods are typically low in fiber, protein, vitamins, and minerals, so they pass straight through you and fail to keep you full. This industry has a feeder fetish. They get consumers addicted to Crunchwrap Supremes. They chew them up and spit them out right back onto the street. It's disgusting.
Yo, every time I eat Taco Bell, it tastes worse than the time before, but I still crave it. It's like crack. You still want to eat the Taco Bell, but that 18th Doritos Locos Taco is much worse than the first one you ever had. And every time the quality feels worse too.
Okay, anyway, let's return to the battlefield. John is now halfway through his Taco Bell order and can't stop watching Oni Plays Funniest Moments compilation. He doesn't realize how quickly he's eating, and at this rate, he's gonna pop. If you're serious about larding up, you gotta watch something while you're eating. It distracts your body from picking up on signals that you've eaten enough, so you can eat more.
Good sir, here's your caniac combo. I highly recommend.
Damn, how much weight do y'all think you could gain in a month if you were tasked with it? Just raw weight. I would still work out, but I would eat like shit. I think I could gain 30 to 50 pounds in a month. No problem. I think I could gain a pound a day easily. Maybe 2. I think you can gain 2 pounds a day, 60 pounds. The problem is when you weigh more, you need to eat more to maintain that weight. So if like my starting weight right now is like 180, when I'm 220, it's going to be harder to gain those last 20 pounds than the first 20. Realistically, 300 pounds. You're not gaining 300 pounds in a month. You would die.
Empowering this fine dish with an Outdoor Boys video.
Luckily, John hasn't popped yet. He finished his meal and is going to top it off with some Baja Blast, which leads me to one of the most effective strategies in the current obesity meta.
Liquid calories.
Drinking calories.
Yes.
Processed foods open a shortcut from your bloodstream straight into sodium agartha.
Agartha needs your help. You must eat this burger to reactivate Agartha's force field.
Stack that with fast food's addicted design, and your brain is wired to drink more liquids. To exploit this debuff, never...
Why did Trump work at a McDonald's? Is this like a PR thing? Like, when did he do that?
Debuff, never sip water. That's a time waster. Grab some Fanta and fill up that cup one more time before you leave McDonald's. Guys, liquid calories are an absolute game changer. They're broken. They're super powerful because they're extremely easy to overconsume. Soda and juice have a lot of sugar with no fiber to balance them out, so they kind of sneak up on you. And that daily iced latte can add a couple hundred calories before you even realize it. The only thing that...
Oh my God, that'd be a cheat code. Go to Dunkin' every day, get a large iced coffee with just a shitload of like caramel, chocolate. Like, you ever see those videos where they get like 40 sugars and it's just somebody filming it and it's like half the cup? Some shit like that.
faster than soda or DeviantArt is alcohol. I love alcohol.
That's another cheat code. Drinking straight beers. No, beers aren't the method. Because a beer fills you. A beer is a filling drink comparable to other alcohols. You'd want to do a cocktail. Mixed cocktails. And then you get drunk. You need to eat. See, that's also a thing in the United States. Alcoholics tend to be obese or overweight because they get really drunk, and that's a lot of calories. And to get less drunk, they need to eat a lot of carb-based fatty foods to bring them down and fill their stomach, and they're hungry and they're not noticing how much they're eating. So you're just like perpetually getting fatter and fatter.
Fat. Honey, I'm worried about your alcohol abuse. Alcohol abuse? I would never. I love alcohol. Any speedrunner worth their salt is familiar with the power of alcohol.
Oh my God, and you know what I hate the most is fucking Michelob Ultra's marketing tactic of saying, the premium light beer, 95 calories. The average beer is like 100 to 120. It's like, they're like the premium light beer. It's like 5 calories less. And I have friends that are like, well, 20 beers in, I'm saving 100 calories. I'm like, yo, so what? Like, why am I opting to drink piss when I could drink something that's better tasting and mildly more calorically, or mildly more in how many calories it has or caloric density? 20 beers is 20 beers. Yeah, 25 calories over fucking 5 beers. Wait, like, let me Google that. How many calories is a 12-ounce? What's a high calorie beer? A Yingling. 140. See, there we go. That's fair. 12-ounce Yingling, but that's like a dark beer, like a dinner lager. Nobody's getting drunk on Yinglings. How many calories is a 12-ounce Coors Light? 102. So it's 7 calories less. Like, that's not a good marketing tactic. Then again, I'm sitting here glazing a beer that's marketing tactic is that it's cold.
Run. 1. Alcohol stops fat from burning. Your body is an ignorant, sober-tard and sees alcohol as a harmful substance and prioritizes burning it before dipping into your fat stores. Since alcohol can't be saved for later, because I'd get to it. Since alcohol can't be saved for later, your liver drops everything to process it, meaning all the actual food you ate gets shoved straight into fat storage. 2. Alcohol is high in calories. Once it hits your system, alcohol becomes ethanol, about 7 calories per gram, which is almost double what carbs or protein can give you. A single shot of 80 proof vodka has about 100 calories, but most people chase demon juice with mixers. A rum and coke can be 200 calories, and a fruit...
A shot of vodka is 100 calories? Bro, I'm not even lying. I thought a shot of vodka was like 10. 100 calories for a shot of vodka. So a double vodka Red Bull is like 400 calories.
Fruity mixed drink is even better. A standard pina colada can run you up 500 calories. So you should probably focus on sugary mixed drinks to mask the yucky taste and inflate your intake. 3. Alcohol makes you feel hungry. Booze toggle off your appetite regulation hormones, so your brain can get tricked into thinking you're starving, which leads me to 4. Alcohol makes you crave salty and greasy foods. It can cause blood sugar levels to drop, triggering cravings for high sugar.
Oh, you need to quit nicotine. If you're a nicotine addict to get really fat too, you need to quit nicotine because nicotine and caffeine are appetite suppressants. So that's why, like, a lot of countries with, like, higher cigarette smokers tend to be skinnier.
High-fat foods further helping weight gain. If you're serious about obesity, start going to happy hour, get hungover every day. Less motivation to exercise means more time to stack calories.
No, you wouldn't want to get hungover, because when you're hungover, you don't really eat. Because you're just, like, so in, like, a lethargic state, you're not really doing anything. Unless you're just scarfing down food to try and feel better. But a lot of the time, you're, like, nauseous.
Remember, the goal is to minimize calories burned and
What is the best Zyn flavor stream? Yeah, man, let me just rip that real quick. I just do fucking 15 cans of Zyns and then get Nick sick and pass out on stream. All right, next one's wintergreen. I'm like manually breathing. That'd be terrible.
Maximize calories gained. So under no circumstances should you be using stairs, walking to the bathroom, or hitting the gym. Grocery stores understand the elite competition behind obesity speedrunning. That's why they offered motorized thrones so you can glide past produce without wasting a single calorie. Don't enter a Walmart with the grocery list. Only make purchases based on impulse. Stack up on chips and dips, and when you get home, eat straight from the bag. You'll underestimate how many Cool Ranch Doritos.
All right, I'm eating straight from the bag, bro. I don't even think that's like an obesity tactic. I feel like that's just straight up efficiency. Who the fuck is portioning out Doritos? That's crazy. If I'm opening a family-sized bag of Doritos, I'm eating out of the bag until I go, I've had about 30. Wrap it up. I'm not counting either. I'm just eating them, you know, until I'm like, nah, I don't really want any more.
of talking about the plate method. They say it's healthy. Wrong. The plate method is actually when you finish your plate regardless if you're full or not. And if you can't finish your plate, try smoking a certain substance that demonetizes my channel and nullifies the hormone that regulates appetite stimulation. I saved this portion of the video for last since it's the most controversial in not only the speedrunning community but also the Olympics. Medication. Not gonna lie, I can't recommend the strategy since it's sort of a cheat code, but certain medications can cause weight gain or change body fat distribution.
What, to like fuck up your thyroid or something? Like what medication makes you gain weight rapidly?
Often leading to metabolic complications. So please talk to your local shaman before taking pharmaceuticals. Just don't tell him I sent you. Diabetes medication can increase appetite while decreasing anabolic effects, basically turning your temple into a hungrier, less efficient calorie-burning machine. Antidepressants can create a bit of a cycle.
Oh, take steroids but don't work out.
Well, they can improve emotional well-being, which is great, but sometimes they can make people feel more relaxed about eating and can slow down how the body burns calories. So someone might start feeling better emotionally, notice some weight change, and then feel frustrated, which makes them reach for more comfort and rely on more medication. It's the same story with antipsychotics, steroids, and hormonal medication. For the 6% of ladies out there, hi. Birth control is known to increase cravings, water retention, and change fat distribution, and mess with metabolisms. So you could...
Yo, I've heard, for the women in my chat, tell me if this is true. I've heard that women on birth control can have a very different attraction to their partner when they're not. So they always say if you want to know if you want to be with somebody, get off birth control. Because when you're not on it, you might be physically repulsed by the person that you are currently into.
At the end of the day, just remember to lard up and gout out, and you should be well on your way to speedrunning obesity. I had a lot of fun collaborating on the cancer app, so I've called in a few more favors, and Ellie Andrews and Sate Aiden have made another rap dedicated to gaining weight. Give it a little listen.
Couple tips if you're trying to get big. Gotta pack on pounds like a Brit. Go ham till your fits don't fit. Know you made it when your pants go. Get a double Big Mac, get it supersized. Large Coke on the side plus extra fries. Down it with the milkshake, baked cakes and pies. Go on, eat it like a demon, don't exercise it. Word to the wide, buy a comfy chair. Take the elevator up, down, never the stairs. Stay smoking, stay drinking like you just don't care. Celebrate 420 till you see it on the scale. Step up your face, get them buttons popping. Gotta finish each plate like your grandma's watching while you scroll YouTube. Cause it's better than walking, laying down for some rest in your XL coffin. Ooh.
Wow. I loved that. What a video. W-Raygasm, bro. Inside the world's scariest meat market. Is that real?
North
Why does that look like a doll?
Sulawesi's markets are just on this completely other level. People call it Asia's most extreme market for a reason. This is like the final boss of extreme food culture. I've never seen anything quite like it.
This is pure and utter madness.
Even Indonesians from outside this
I feel like I'm not really... Okay, I've never eaten a bat before. Would I try it? Yeah. I would try a bat, but, like, I feel like in a crazy exotic meat market would be, like, some shit that's poisonous. If they were selling, like, Fuji or whatever it is, like fucking pufferfish. No, not getting that. That's how you get COVID? Dude, then I'd be patient zero.
downright terrified of this place. It is not
Fugu, not Fuji.
known to have everything you
That was just a duck.
can imagine. Cats, dogs, rats, pythons, and endless numbers of bats.
All right, hard pivoting what, yeah, okay.
I gotta be honest, guys. I don't know if any of this ever makes it on.
Would you eat a dog? No. I'd eat a guinea pig. I would never eat a dog. I'd never eat a dog or a cat. I think that it's, obviously it's like different culturally how you view that animal, but I truly believe that like dogs and cats are basically bred to be human companions rather than food, so I don't think it even makes, not even just moral, but like logical sense to eat a dog. Would you eat a horse? I would try a horse. They serve, when I was in Iceland, I can't eat a horse, because I have alpha-gal. Anyways, I would try one, though, if I could. But, yeah, they have horse in Iceland. That was, like, a big thing on one of I went to, like, a big steakhouse, and they had they had steak, they had whale, they had horse, and then puffin. And I was like, wow, I'm not going to try that. And I wish I kind of did, because now I can't. Whale? Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't like whale. I don't think I would like eating whale. Puffin probably would just taste like chicken, and I would bet that horse just tastes like steak.
YouTube.
And what
I would bet horse tastes like steak.
appeals to
Like
me is that
word for word.
this isn't about some kind of crazy shock value. It's not some weird medical claim that's driving the appeal. It's not novelty for tourists. It's none of that. This is what people eat here for Christmas dinner.
In Tomahan for Christmas, you
Oh, is this like festivity? Like this is like where people splurge.
eat like bat.
Yeah, we do.
Like that's the specialty.
Correct.
And what outsiders see as just completely insane, as extreme, is just everyday Minahasan culture. It's part of the tradition here that just never really modernized. So why does this still exist?
The wing is the best.
I mean, isn't it becoming more and more outlawed to eat like what would be considered Western pets in Eastern countries? Like, I feel like I've seen a lot of shit where it's like becoming more and more, I guess, normalized to just like not like, hey, don't eat that. Like, I know that's obviously a stereotype too, of like Asian people, which is just racist. But I'm pretty sure that's like in most Asian countries, that's like not even really a thing.
That's crazy.
It's the best bit. Yeah. In my family, everybody will just like, fights for the wings. Yeah, no kidding.
Here's my plan. We're going to check out a few of these markets to see if the food is actually mainstream or if these are just
What do you think bat would taste like? Like a bird? I feel like it would taste. I feel like it would taste really bad. Like chicken, but like something's off. Like something's really not right. Like, just like a mixture of like chicken and turkey.
few fringe stalls that are pushing this narrative on the rest of the world.
Crocodile? I've eaten crocodile or alligator.
And I'm going to
I never know which I've eaten.
push myself to the limits, of course, by trying this stuff out at a local restaurant. Check it out.
I think a dog would be the line for me. I would try like horse, I'd try guinea pig, I'd try rat, bat. I couldn't eat something that like I have as a companion. You know, I would not be able to eat a dog. A cat? No, that's what I'm saying. Like anything that I would say I would classify as like a pet. Obviously guinea pig's a pet, but it's like I don't really have an attachment to like a guinea pig.
if I'm the only one there. And finally, we've got to head out to the source. We've got to trek into the jungle, try and find some locals to take us on a true hunt and see if we can see
What is that? Oh my god, just right over the flames.
how this stuff
Holy shit, just cooking him with his fucking organs in and
goes
everything.
down Sulawesi style.
It is pretty thick Sulawesi jungle, and for just some tiny ass little rats, it is wild.
How do you catch a rat in a jungle? I feel like I would starve to death in the wilderness in fucking days, bro. How does somebody catch a rat? I would be running around that thing. Like, you would have to set up a trap. Raccoons are becoming domesticated. I would love to own a raccoon. They're little bandits. Wait, where is this? Sulawesi. Have never seen this on GeoGuessr. In Indonesia. I never guessed that island.
Road, bat vendor. Just like,
Oh my god, I could tell you right now, if you fucking spawn me on this goddamn road, I'm going Jakarta. If you spawn me on this road in GeoGuessr, I'm going, that looks like English, but I can't understand any of it. There's no special characters. It just looks like I'm reading gibberish. That's how you know that you're in Indonesia. Because it's like, okay, Babi Utang, Patolo, I don't know what I'm reading.
My kind of jam, you know? Just roadside, retailing bats. Boar, python, bats, frogs. Well,
Ooh, I'd eat frog, no problem.
They're skewered on sticks like some kind of popsicle from hell.
what an entrance to a market. We didn't even get there yet. We just saw this roadside guy just hanging out here. I have bat blood dripping all over my hands, but if you ask me, that is a good start to the morning. Let's go. Good morning.
All right, we gonna get a taste test here? I wish we had like a Disney adult go to one of these markets. All right, guys, so the market's gonna close in under an hour. Are we gonna be able to see how many bats we're gonna be able to eat in the next 30 minutes? Like, are we gonna be able to make the rides in the next hour?
People, we are in Tamahon Market, which is well known.
I'm looking for a few items that I don't know whether or not they're gonna have.
Well,
first off, fugu. Poisonous fish.
Has the reputation of being
Are those eggplants?
one of the craziest meat markets in Asia. I gotta admit, so far, it is beautiful. But we're about to step into the meat section, which of course is where you beeline to when you hit an Asian market.
I would act like I'm an expert. I'd wander around. I'm staring at a dead bat. I'm just like, hands behind my back. I'm just kind of pacing like, how much? Ooh. Ooh.
Crazy. Woo. That did not take long. As soon
Yeah, I'm happy he blurred that.
as we hit the corner of the market, there are some blackened out roasting dogs. There's pigs everywhere. There's a dude carrying around a tray of, is that rats or squirrels? That's rats?
Oh my god. Do you think they're seasoned?
Yeah.
Wow.
Bro, like I could not, like I'm not, oh my god, I don't think I could eat that. I know I'm stuttering. I'm like, holy fuck.
Wow. If you guys know anything about me, you know I'm very much a rat
I don't
fan.
think I could eat that. I would try it, but like, dude, I would want you to just hand me a piece of meat and just be like, tell me if this tastes good. Don't tell me what fucking animal it is. I don't want to see the whole dead rat and be like, all right, I'm going to buy it on a stick.
Of the market, there are some blackened out roasting dog squirrels. That's rats?
Yeah.
Wow. If you guys know anything about me, you know I'm very much a rat fan. I don't know why it's become this kind of like sick addiction. Jungle rat here in Sulawesi is a huge, huge thing. But we're going to venture a little bit deeper into this market, see what else we can find.
The second you step in, it is just absolute sensory overload. It's not one or
Oh my god, I love that guy. Smoking a cigarette, just fucking cleaving away at this hunk of meat.
absolute sensory overload. There's not one or two stalls here. Every
Oh,
vendor
they're all doing it.
is just stacked with jungle fare. And one thing mainly jumps out. Bats. They are everywhere. They're stacked on trays, they're hanging on hooks. Vendors are flapping them about to try and attract customers.
Oh my God, guys, I don't think I've ever seen a market like this. This is pure and utter madness. It's just like, we are 2 steps in. I thought I'd have to hunt down the exotic meat, but this is like next level.
And the sight is wild. But the smell is what really brands it. Just burning hair, charred skin, blowtorches, firing up the
Yeah, like, I don't want to say are they overcooked, but the bats are char black. Is that just, are they not cooked and they look like that? Like, I'm going to be real. I don't think I've really ever seen a bat close up in real life. I know they have like fur, but you only see them in the sky.
second an order lands.
We have huge pythons hanging from this structure. The boar is everywhere. Obviously, not that common in Indonesia. I'm so used to not finding pork in Indonesia at all, but this is a Christian area, not Muslim. So there is plenty of wild boar everywhere, just like hair on, and wow, there's some big
That lady had a Gucci shirt on.
bats right here.
You think that shit was real? It's a little B-roll. She kind of looks disgusted by that.
That is wild. Oh, wow. All right, guys. That, I've got to admit, is kind of gnarly. Just the texture, the kind of wetness on my skin. The
Oh, God, it's wet?
rubbery, the like mini claws that are biting into my hands. The rubbery nature of it. It is just like a one ugly looking creature. I guess we do like the
Is that its penis?
locals do. We buy a couple of these bad boys and we got to cook one up.
Do you eat the? Do you think the wings kind of taste like chicharrones?
So this is how they
Could get behind that.
normally sell it. So the same like that, slightly roasted.
Yeah.
So it's easily they will, when someone's coming in here and buy it, that will be clean all the stomach part.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then sometimes you can ask them to chop it or not, just like this.
Oh, you don't eat the wings?
He's taken off the wings. I think he's going to give it a quick blowtorch so that it ends up a bit more like these guys hanging out down here.
The hair singed right off with a blowtorch.
Okay, there seems to be a pretty specific set of features that we roasted down, like the claws, like the hair right off the body. What we have now is this like naked bat.
And then it's broken down. Shoulders cut, chest pried open.
How much do you think the back costs?
What's left
$5?
is hacked into chunks, ready for the pot.
We have this kind of
Bro, I'm eating right now. I could eat watching this, no problem. I never understand that shit. Oh, dude, I'm eating. Oh, dude, I'm eating. You're not watching somebody throw. Bro, you know what you're eating? You know what you're eating? Probably a dead animal. You know what you're looking at? A dead animal. What the fuck? I mean, the disconnect's unreal right now. You're probably eating chicken wings, watching somebody cut a bat up, and you're like, oh, no, this is ruining my vibe. You're eating a dead animal.
lovely assortment of bat parts ready to roll.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We got a sub, people. Yes. Oh, thank you, sir. One package bat ready to go.
I want to see him eat it. When are you going to eat it?
This looks like a nondescript house in the middle of Sulawesi, but in fact, it is a restaurant. And inside, they have some of their local specialty dishes. This is like a common local eatery. It's not like you got to go to someone's backyard who cooks up special Chinese medicine infused, whatever, like you might find bat and cobra done in Jakarta. Here, it's
See, cobra's a no-go for me because that thing's fucking poisonous. Like, anything that kills prey by, like, poisoning them to death or, like, inserting some sort of venom is a no-go. Like, I wouldn't want to eat that. You also have alpha gal. I could eat a snake, Zod. Snakes aren't fucking mammals.
a staple. So we're gonna check out how it's done right now. Let's go. The Minahasan people are devout Christians.
How do snakes have sex? I'm not Googling it.
And it is absolutely everywhere you look. You walk into a restaurant even, and you can just feel it everywhere. There's crucifix.
They don't? No, they do. No, they definitely do. I don't think it's like a salmon thing where like one lays an egg and the other fertilizes it. They have coils. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like a hole.
Verses on the wall, and just this faith is woven into this space. And in my mind, that's kind of starkly juxtaposed against what is on the menu. It's not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just not what I usually
That's no problem, bro. Rice with chicken, I'm getting that off rip.
associate with sort of really traditional Christian meals. Either way, the menu is just straight up jungle fare. There's bats, pythons, dogs, you name it, and the place is just packed. Locals are pulling up, lining up at the counter and ordering canteen style like it's just another weekday lunch spot. They're like, I'll take a bit of cat, a bit of dog, some of that python, a bat please. It is kind of wild. And out back, the cook is already in his groove. I hand him the bat, and he is more than happy to show us how this is done from scratch.
All right, the fly's going over. It's a problem.
The bat first gets cubed, and I'm talking just straight up cubed. Everything is going in this thing. Organs, intestines, the hairy ears, those pea-infused wings and skin, the whole lot.
Pea-infused wings? Pea? Bats store pea in the wing? No.
People, they eat with
Pea. Am I mishearing what he's saying? Pea from the wings.
the guts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a medicine.
Wow. With the guts in the bat.
Yeah. Obat apa? Oh, asthma. Asthma medicine. For the traditional remedy, they will get the guts out and don't know, some like mix with something, and you can do for asthma remedy.
And by the
Okay, I like they're giving a...
time it hits the pot, I'm already questioning my life decisions.
It looks kind of wild to me. I'm not
I would be like, make that shit extra well done. I want it to be like char.
gonna lie. I thought the bat wouldn't be that bad, but I think it's kind of like, it is pretty challenging with like all the guts and the organs and everything in there.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think the bat's the problem. It's that it's eating, like he's cooking everything. If it was just like, oh, we're gonna take some of the meat.
After a good 20 minutes or so of boiling, the bat is then set aside, but the wok water, notably, is saved.
The broth,
Yeah.
they will drink it. So that's how they keep strong or maybe healthy, just like traditional medicines, apparently.
The wok is then refilled with oil, and the cooking shifts gears. We're gonna add some lemongrass, garlic, huge spoonfuls of chilies, shallots, ground turmeric, and then, of course, the bat. And on top of all of
Hey, they're kind of saving it. They're kind of saving this right now. It kind of looks disgusting still, but like what they're adding, maybe I'd give it a try.
this, he pours back in that leftover broth, that rendered down stank, just to add a little bit.
I need to smell this. Can YouTube implement a system where there's like some tube that just emits whatever this smell is? That would be if it smelled rancid, I would throw up. But if it smelled like chilies, I'd probably be able to eat it.
More funk to this water.
I'm not looking forward to this bat anywhere near as much as I was the python. I don't even know if you guys saw the python. Might be a different episode.
We're then going to hit this with some pretty intense heat. Just basically stir fry it up. Just like that, we have one bat cooked up Minahastan style, ready to serve.
It looks gross. If I'm being like to me, like that's an intestine or something there. I wouldn't want to eat it. But like I'm not judging anybody that would. I just think that I would not enjoy that. No.
Hi guys, we have here a giant bowl of sliced and diced up bat. Well, it looks more edible now than it did earlier, I've got to admit, but regardless of how much extreme food I have eaten, this is...
I think the texture would be a big factor. If I bit into something and I got like I was biting into like a ligament, that would induce instantaneous vomit from me. Like it would be like just like in the same motion I would throw up. Or if I like bit into like an organ of some sorts and it like kind of popped in my mouth like a gusher.
I have eaten. This is probably going to push me to the limits. There's something about a bat with its reputation, and then seeing this thing cooked with just like all of its guts, with the broth added back in for like extra flavor from it being boiled. But this place is packed. Everyone's chowing down on a bat and python.
Oh, is that a bone?
So if everyone else is doing it, I guess we dive right in.
Nice. Dive right in. What do you mean? I guess we dive right in, dude. You're doing a fucking Squidward bite right now. What the fuck is this?
Oh.
It's tough.
And it's tough. Your skin is just so tough. It's wild. It's almost like a leather. Because you're eating that, you gotta really work it. You know, you guys might not have seen it in this episode, but I literally just chowed down on a bunch of python that was cooked this exact same way. And I was under the impression that it would be very much the same flavor profile. You cook two animals in the exact same recipe, but this is completely different. This texture of a frog, it is just the craziest, oddest creature. There is nothing like this. That is for damn sure. It's got a bunch of this black skin. Oh, there's hair on it. Oh, I don't know if I can do the hair. That is, wow. Look at that. Sorry guys, I draw the line at the hair. That is bonkers. You gotta really work this thing to get at this meat. And I thought this would almost be rat-like. But let me tell you, this is so much of a leaner animal than a rat. The organs were placed in here with this as well. And that is clearly like a kidney or a liver. And he said this cures asthma. Now I don't have asthma, but it's put in there for people to eat. We're gonna chow down. Sort of powdery. That's almost better than the meat. Like, so
I'd probably rather eat that. I'd probably rather eat. No. I know I had a kind of like a guttural reaction when I saw it, but I would rather eat that because I feel like it would be more akin to like something that I've eaten already versus like just the weird bony bit that's covered in like tough skin.
You eat it? The wing?
And why'd they cut off the wings and fucking get rid of them?
It's like lots of people, that's most favorite part, the wings.
I think what we have here is like an elbow, you know what I mean? The middle of that middle knuckle of a bat wing. And this is apparently the prize bit. So we're gonna try it. Here we go, guys. That's all skin that comes off it. It is so thick, so rubbery. You can taste or feel tiny micro hairs that weren't blowtorched off it. It has a real gamey flavor. I think the gaminess.
See, that's what I would be fearful of. I bet like raw that with all the seasoning stuff probably smells fine. See, no, the gaminess is a no-go.
From this is what is kind of throwing me off. A really, really difficult flavor to handle. Let me tell you. Whoa. Oh, I don't know if I can do that. That is tough. No. Oh.
Oh, and he's being so respectful though.
Not for me, guys. Let me tell you.
Like, if this was like, they just pull a guy off the side of the street, they're like, yo, try this. Some dude from like London, yo, try this. He'd be like, oh. I think texture is the bigger thing for me than taste. I think the gaminess I could probably get past. I think having to bite into it and yank it and then like chew it and it's kind of like gummy, no.
Now, that's a tough one.
Like, I could get by it tasting bad to me.
All right, market number 2, people. What's this market, Nita? Langawan Market.
Oh, God, there's another market. What are they going to fucking sell at this one?
A little bit outside of Tomahawk.
Oh, is this even for food? This looks like beta fish. Nah, that shit looks good. That shit looks good, though. What is that? That looks like smoked salmon.
Hi guys, this market seems wild right away. We've got these huge kind of grilling stations behind the various stalls, similar to what we saw in Tomahawk, where once you order something, it just gets one more blowtorch, maybe to clean it off before you hike it back home. I see huge chunks of python getting grilled off, the dog in the corner. There is bats absolutely everywhere. And again, it just seems to be like a primary meat in this area. It's not just like some kind of novelty. Cat, python, more cats, dog. Wow, I wonder if you can even show cats.
Guys, these pigs, these long-nosed pigs, is just wild, right?
I've never seen that animal a day in my life. Never seen that animal a day in my life. That is a pig with a horn. But like a weird curled... Those are boars? Yeah, but was that a part of its body?
Just bat everywhere, guys. Bat and pork.
How are they getting this many bats, though? Are they farming them? Or is it like they're finding them in the wilderness? Because I just don't understand how every market has fucking hundreds of bats.
It's how much? 3 for 100,000.
Correct, yeah. That's how they normally sell it.
So it's $2 a rat?
Like in like 3 pieces for a like higher price. Yeah, they won't sell it once because like even if it's not
Is that a good price?
enough for one portion.
I'd eat that. I'd eat that. That,
Even if,
like, bro,
for an
compared to
like
a lot of
like
the other shit.
For a like higher price. Yeah, they won't sell it once because like even if it's not enough for one.
Like, that looks pretty good. That, dude, that kind of has like a kielbasa, like a cooked sausage crisp to it, like right there.
Portion. One portion, not person. Well, unless you're really crazy, love that, you can eat it the whole 3 because they're gonna chop it, like diced it.
What's in its butthole?
So one duck is
Why was its butthole like open?
75,000.
75. This one.
But one bat,
$450 for a duck or a bat? Rather have a duck.
one big bat can be the same price.
Okay, so like it's like very common to find the bat, but it's more difficult to like get the bat.
The bat.
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense, I guess. So it's kind of like a delicacy. You get less meat, but you're paying for more premium meat.
Correct, yeah. It's considered like what premium, the bats.
And even a rat, like 3 rats is 100,000.
Yeah.
So you could get.
Yeah, what the fuck? A duck, an entire duck's $4.50. 3 rats is $6.
You could get more than a duck for the price.
Oh my God, they're alive right now.
Of 3 rats.
Like 1.5 ducks.
1.5 ducks.
I'm gonna scan this video. I hope they don't kill the duck on the video. I don't think they would show that.
What would you prefer to eat, guys? 1 duck or 3 rats? Those
A duck.
are your options. Hello. Oh my God, they have rats. Wow. Oh, they love it. And these guys, where did they come from?
That's from Klabats, northern part. It's about like 2 hours from here.
And so they just bought this in to sell it today?
Ini beli sendiri atau maksudnya? Oh yeah, they hunt them and some is they hunt them, some they get it from whoever in the village they sell.
Got it.
These are not city rats that you might be picturing scurrying around the Surs. These are white-tailed forest rats, one of the many semi-arboreal rat species that are native here to Sulawesi. I didn't really know what that meant either. It's kind of like they spend a lot of their time at night in the trees, and then they burrow back down into the dirt during the day. And they are hunted all over Sulawesi. Here,
Yo, he's got thermal vision. This motherfucker's a sniper in the woods right now. Oh my God.
here they are a delicacy. They're not cheap at all in this part of the world. They sell for
Dude, they're fucking expensive as shit.
100,000 rupiah for 3. You can pick up just about any other meat here for less than that. Chicken, duck, pork, you name it. But come Christmas, Easter, the demand for rat just surges.
And it's like almost a special occasion dish.
Correct, yeah.
But it's also like everyday fare.
You can be an everyday fare whenever, like, because it's like one of the only places in North Sulawesi that has selling all these kind of things.
But no turkeys.
No what?
Turkey?
We don't even know what turkeys is.
For farmers,
Yo, low-key, for fucking Thanksgiving, I feel like I would try rat one time instead of a fuck-ass turkey. Just a whole fucking turkey, dude. Just fucking dripping. Dripping, sitting there. It's fucking dry as shit, even if it's fucking wet. Dude, even if it looks wet, you fucking bite into it and make that while you're chewing it. It's disgusting. I hate eating turkey.
they're also thieves. These things raid the crops. They get into the cacao, the coconuts.
Oh, so it's good they're killing them too.
So hunting them becomes this kind of strange overlap. It's part pest control, it's protein, and it's a cash source wrapped all in one. And apparently they are hunted in every way you can imagine. Shotguns, air rifles, snares, dogs. It is just all fair game.
Shotgun? I feel like you're fucking blowing that thing into red mist if you shoot a fucking rat with a 12 gauge. Are you hitting it with bird shot so it just peppers him?
And so, inevitably, I find myself adding this to the list immediately. It's time for another rat hunt.
Trying to click. Alright guys, we're about to head deep into the Sulawesi jungles. Tonight's prey, or target prey at least, is rats. Just like the ones we saw at the market, the whitetail, apparently they taste pretty damn good. We've eaten the bats already, we've eaten the pythons already. Rat was the final kind of piece of this like Sulawesi mad market combination. So, rat hunting, Sulawesi style.
I feel like out of those three, I'd most want to try snake. Like, I would try a python.
I see some air guns. Let's see how this goes down. I don't know if you guys can see anything. I'm gonna have to do this Blair Witch Project style view. We're off. I don't know how quiet we have to be or anything. We're just parking the motorbikes here in the jungle. But we're gonna start trekking. We're already pointing at signs.
And tons of cacao and coffee dotted along the way. And whenever we find a promising spot, basically a tree with some fruit.
Dude, I'd just be so I mean, I got bit by a tick in the woods and got a fucking rare meat disease. I feel like if I'm in the jungle in Indonesia, bro, I'm gonna be like, yo, some shit's gonna fucking bite me and I'm gonna swallow up like a fucking melon and die. Something's gonna fucking latch onto my neck and bite me and I'm gonna get some sort of disease that's gonna fucking kill me. Like, that would worry me. That I wouldn't even be worried about, like, being with these guys. I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'm not gonna die to like a fucking animal, but I'd be like, dude, some bug's gonna fucking bite me and that's gonna be hell. Mosquitoes? Well, I know when you go to certain countries with like diseases that they have elsewhere that are transmitted by bugs, you have to get vaccinated before you go.
We start just trying to call in the rat.
Alright guys, we are weaving our way through some much thicker scrub right now, heading up this hill. It's kind of like...
What the fuck was that noise? He's perfected the rat call.
I mean, I don't know if I'd call it thick jungle, but it's thicker. We don't need machetes or anything like that. There's definitely an old trail here, but it hasn't been used in a long, long time. That's for damn sure. Hopefully there's some rats to make this worth it.
Must be like a horror game for rats. I think life is a horror game for any animal that isn't a human. And even some humans. If you're an animal that is not predatory, you're a prey animal, your life is a horror game. You will never die of old age. You will always die a gruesome death. Like, genuinely think about it. Maybe a few would have like a heart attack or some shit and die. But like mostly all animals that are prey just at some point either get eaten and die, or they survive long enough to where they start getting really old, can't function anymore, get eaten and die. Oh, he's about to clip his ass. I didn't know they climb up trees. I feel like I shouldn't show him shooting it.
These are the same kind of species.
Yo, that thing starts twitching on me. I'm going, oh! All the guys would make fun of me around there. I know it, dude. If it started having death throes.
And certainly they're not eating sitting rats or anything like that. It behaves.
Like it started fucking clawing at me.
Behaves almost like a possum or something. It is way up there in the trees. We're only scouting the rooftops. So I don't think this is the kind of thing that you're used to seeing in, I don't know.
Oh, no, I would assume they would have lived on the ground. They're all in the fucking tree branches.
Average household. It is one big, gnarly looking thing though. And took a few shots to get it down, but there she is. Look at that. It's like white-tailed, crazy looking creature.
Possum. I would rather eat rat. I would rather eat rat and snake, maybe bat over possum. I think out of any animal, possums would taste probably bottom 5. They are like sewer gross animals. Like they don't live in the sewer, but they're disgusting. Like possums live in their own filth. They fucking play dead. They're like the only North American marsupial. Their kids like latch onto their back. They're always covered in like fucking poop. It's disgusting.
That's essentially the process. Put in some miles, find a promising spot, put in a call, and see if you hear something back or see some movement.
We spotted a little one, but they don't shoot him. They want him to grow into a big fat rat for eating later. And we do this trick where we keep turning off the lights and trying to call, but failing so far.
But it's fun. Along the way, we're taking stops, quick smoke breaks, swapping a few stories, and then just getting back on the move.
Hi guys, it's break time. We have one rat down, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of work for one rat. Like this is some thick ass jungle at points. We've been through, I don't know, thick almost like scrubby stuff. We've been through large elephant grass. We've been
Why don't they breed them? I feel like rats fuck like crazy now. Same thing with like rabbits. Like, why don't you like just capture like fucking 10 of them and then breed them?
The cacao trees here are everywhere, but nearly every pod that we passed has been ripped open, destroyed by the rats. It's pretty clear that these things aren't just food, they're also a problem. So the local farmers love it when these hunters are out and about trying to get
so it is. Yeah, I forgot. It's like a pest control thing.
rid of them. Push on past old farmhouses, stopping along the way every now and then to gather mushrooms and nuts that we might use for cooking later.
Hi guys, I think we've come to a clearing. I can hear the river just like raging behind us. So we've started to sort of collect small branches and trees. I think the deal is I make up some plates, and I don't really know how we're going to cook up these rats. I suppose we need a fire.
To begin the cooking process, the rats
I would be so nervous to start a fucking controlled fire in the middle of a jungle. Like, I know I would burn that shit to the ground.
We have 2 rats just kind of roasting on sticks over this fire right now, deep in the Sulawesi jungle.
And they roast away until every last hair has kind of been singed off. And at this point, you could probably just eat them right away. But we've got a fair bit more prep to go because these guys take even their jungle meals pretty seriously.
These guys are blackened to a crisp and they are cooking away.
Now that the rat is cooked, they get large sections of bamboo, just really wide chunks of it, and start beating it into strips with a machete. They leave just enough fiber in between the different strips to hold it together, and it can be sort of unrolled.
Oh my god, are they gonna like... Wait. Are they gonna like oven bake the fucking rats? Like over the flame? Maybe not.
Tree branches are then lashed together with vines, the bamboo mat.
Or like rotisserie, they're gonna fucking... They're making like a makeshift fucking rotisserie thing.
Is laid on top.
Oh, no.
Some banana leaves are added, and
I'm guessing terribly.
you've got this kind of really cool setup, this jungle table of sorts. Meanwhile, 4 short sections of branch are hammered into the ground beside the fire to form a stand that's going to hold a pot for cooking rice. Another section of bamboo is used to sort of split open, creating these large water containers and a makeshift chopping board along the way.
This looks so complex. Oh, I think it is going to be like, not like an oven, but they're doing like, I think they're trying to transfer some of the, I guess the taste from, they said the banana leaves to the rats.
On the table.
Maybe package it up.
Oh, it's like a little chopping board. It's genius.
The rats are chopped into pieces, they're given a good rinse to just wash off that ash. Then we begin preparing the rest of the meal. They slice shallots, local herbs, lemongrass, and toss in some mushrooms that we gathered along the way earlier. Chilies and garlic
Turns out they're hallucinogenic.
are mashed together in this rough.
That'd be an experience, dude. You're like, oh, yo, actually, rat's not that bad. Why do you have 3 eyes?
Wild mushroom salad going on the side. This chili mix spread out on top.
Oh, yeah, dude. They're doing a whole fucking buffet.
Kind of a wild dressing, but
I gotta say, I could get behind the rat eating, chat. I could get behind it. I think the bat was a no-go for me. The skin looked disgusting, but the rat doesn't look that bad. I think because they already took out all the organs, and they're just, like, roasting the meat. So it's just meat, and they're doing, like, crazy-ass... Dude, they're, like, doing all their own handmade rice. They're doing fucking all these herbs and spices they're throwing in. They foraged mushrooms.
Every
long day till you're fucking starving.
Is then pushed into these long, thin bamboo tubes. Those
okay.
are set against a rack that's made next to the fire.
2 a.m.
They lost me.
Sulawesi jungle. Tired as hell. Just want to eat some rat meat. Go to sleep.
And after about another 15-20 minutes, this elaborate meal is finally ready to eat.
I don't know. That makes me not like it anymore. The like aggressively like pushing it out of the tube and it just making that like plop noise.
I know, in fact, that this is standard Indonesian jungle fare. We have this crazy rat salad cooked in bamboo.
As long as they didn't do the bamboo thing, I would eat it. I would try it either way. Oh, you're going the whole fucking day. You're rat hunting, bro. I would have to taste it.
I don't know. Maybe it's like a rat curry. We're gonna see how it's done. These guys are really chowing down. They're like moving coal quick.
Damn, do people eat squirrels a lot too? I know people eat squirrels. I've never seen somebody eat a squirrel though either.
This half the stable's already vanished. Really, really good. It's a ton of effort. I'm not sure it's worth the 3 hours trekking, having to hunt these.
Yeah, I don't know about 3 hours to get fucking 3 rats worth of food.
Things out of the trees, cooking them yourselves.
I definitely just go to Tomahawk
Could have just gone to the market, bought them for $6.
Market, buy 300,000. Best deal out there. Check it out if you're ever in town, guys. I'm telling you.
Yeah, if I'm ever in town, I'll definitely go to the meat market and grab the 3 rat pack.
Jungle rats, pretty good.
Coba lihat di kamera, anggaplah nggak ada kamera.
Oh, these guys love it. All right, now swing.
That was such a fun video to watch. Like that took some turns I did not think it would take. When it was just the meat market, I was like, oh, they're probably gonna sell like poisonous animal. No, it's just bats. Bats and rats. Chat, I gotta piss real quick, then we're hopping to the next. Yo, you know a movie I'm hyped for? The new Hunger Games, but that's not coming out for like a year. Do they got the trailer for that? We'll watch that real quick too if they got it. Oh my god, they did. It came out 2 days ago. We're watching another trailer. Dude, it's about Haymitch's Hunger Games where there's twice as many opponents. I really believe that they could just fucking film slop Hunger Games movies over and over again, just going back in time or in the future or whatever, and just fucking, dude, literally just show random Hunger Games. Just be like, this was the 33rd Hunger Games. This was the 38th Hunger Games. This was the 10th Hunger Games. And just fucking show, like, make it a weird map, some crazy stuff. Maybe bring a character in that's like, you know, you love them, like you want them to win. But like, not all just, you can't rave about District 12 every time. You know, you got, like, sometimes you gotta have a guy that's like a District 6 where he's like kind of a fucking, you know, Nepo baby, but he's also like humble about it. Dude, having to stand around with your fucking name in a fishbowl just waiting for you to get pulled to get thrown into a death match is fucking horrifying. And the fact that, like, if you're broke and you fucking get, like, handouts for food, they put more of your fucking name in the bowl. Like, dude, it's a reverse raffle. It's literally a reverse raffle. Yo, sorry you're fucking dirt poor. We're going to put your name in this bowl 40 times. Everybody else does their name in it once. How many times did the one guy have his name in the bowl in, like, the first one? Wasn't it, like, 200 or some shit? It was like he had, like, a 40% chance of getting pulled. Yeah, no, it wasn't PETA. It was somebody. It was Gale. Yeah, Gale had like 80. It was like some absurd amount of. Dude, he's like, yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be Hunger Games, bro. You haven't seen it. Mockingbird. Dud. Because I don't care. I know it's like the world building shit. I like the Hunger Games because I was like, damn, this is fucking crazy, right? Like they're all getting thrown into like a death match. Mockingbird 1 and 2, where PETA's just like fucking strapped to a chair and he's like, ah, ah, ah. I'm fucking, it's so stupid. It's like PETA's crazy. Like, oh my God. Like, I will say Catching Fire was awesome. Catching Fire was the best one. The second one was the best. Yo, it's cooked. 48 people. You have to be the one person that lives. Yo, it's just terrible RNG to get your name pulled when you're like 10. Like, you insta lose, you know? Like, if you're going to get pulled for the Hunger Games, you want to be on, like, the back end, where you're, like, physically in shape. Why? Bro, because you're getting stoned to death. Imagine you're in the Hunger Games with, like, fucking Isaiah Pacheco. Or, like 22-year-old Gronk. And you're 10. You're getting killed in the first 10 seconds. Like, it's only 12 to 18. Okay, change it. You're 18-year-old Zion Williamson going against a fucking 5th grader. You know, yo, you betraying your own like fucking faction or like division. Because they always like team up. It's kind of like an unwritten rule that like you low-key don't kill like the people in your sector until like the very end. It's corny as fuck. She fucking blowing on her fingers for. What are you gonna go bowl a strike? You're about to run to a fucking cornucopia and get an arrow right into the back of the head. 3. Drying your nail polish, pretty bad time to paint your nails now. Probably the worst time you could paint. Yo, unfair cornucopia, bro. What? Why are they doing this on a hill? Unfair cornucopia, if I fucking come out of the ground and I'm running uphill, I'm gonna be like, nah, time out. Nah, actually, time out though. I would be like, no, put me like here. Because then you could just run straight towards it. Okay, no, actually, chat, you running towards the cornucopia or away? In this one, away. I think it depends on the environment too. Like, this looks like you could oh god, it's just such open land. I think ideally, like, you climb a mountain, get a bunch of food, fucking just vibe out until there's like 10 people alive.
That's the 50th Hunger Games!
Like, that's a weak-ass run! You're running for your life? You're running for your life, bro? Looks like you got a bag of bricks on your back.
It's Hunger Games!
Oh my god! I feel like I would be hauling ass.
It's
Hauling ass towards that shit. Like, unreal level speed.
Begin!
Wait, did he just get pushed over or did he push somebody else over? Oh, he got pushed over. Rip. I will say, like, we know Haymitch wins, though, so isn't that kind of lame? Well, the main character... I don't want to say this is definitely what would happen, but, like, all the people in the Hunger Games that didn't want to be there would be so viscerally upset that, like, there would have to be a level of gore that would be unwatchable. You know what I mean? Like, all the Hunger Games, like, rich people in the Capitol, like, really want to see these kids kill each other. And, like, yeah, sure, maybe, like, an arrow to the head, they're like, oh, that's entertaining. Dude, imagine you just, like, literally mangle somebody. Like, they're not going to watch that. Like, they would turn away. They'd be like, oh, this is disgusting. The books have so much gore, it's wild. Bro, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, I don't think they would actually watch that. Like, if you, like, cut somebody's head off and put it on a fucking steak. Dude, you'd probably get, like, donations for that, actually. I'm going to turn on what I just said. I think if you were that fucked up, the rich people would give you better stuff so you would win the game. Like, if you would maybe have, like, a part of the audience that would be like, oh, that's disgusting. But, like, if you, like, cut some guy's head off, they'd be like, oh, that's awesome. Let's send him stuff. The Hunger Games Sunrise on the Reaping. I don't know if I like that title. Only in theaters, November 20th. So less than a year. 362 days. This seems much more colorful than the other movies. There's a strange tension, unused to it. I love it. Bro, I want one that's like real. I don't know. Did you guys like the most recent one? Like the first Hunger Games? I like the lore. Number one, too much singing. Number two, not really like entertaining. Like the one part where in the first game, the big ass guy smashes that girl's head in with a fucking stone and just goes, now we're even. Leave. That shit was like, I remember being like 10 years old watching that in theaters, just being like, just like befuddled. Anyways, spoilers. Bro, that movie came out so long ago. When did the first Hunger Games come out? 2012, bro. Yeah, I was 10. It seems like it came out later, no? I feel like I was watching the Hunger Games in high school, but bro, like I was in elementary school, man. Block in chat. First video of the day. Casually explained, the global military superpowers.
While we all know there's nothing we can do to improve our own lives and it's best left to whoever's in the White House, it's also the case that the people at the top of our institutional hierarchies have more than just the clamoring citizens to answer to, as they have real issues on the global stage they have to make worse. Meaning in order to actually understand the larger scale objectives of a nation, we have to zoom out and view every country like we're playing Civilization, and we're in charge of large scale decision making for the country's resources and political interests, rather than viewing the world as a citizen from that country. A good example of this is that in economics and politics, everyone says that America is the most powerful country in history, as they have the best technology and are the richest civilization of all time. Then immediately everyone in the comments...
But we're the richest civilization by GDP. We're not the richest civilization by individual. I feel like that's such a gross inaccuracy. People always go, the US is the richest country in the world. Yeah, but the majority of that wealth is held by the people that are at the top, right? The average income of somebody in the United States, we're not even like top 10. Like, actually, I gotta look that up. Luxembourg, Switzerland, Iceland, Ireland. Average annual wages in the U.S. 2000 to 2024. 2024 average annual wage is $82,000 in the U.S. That is just not true. Monaco, Bermuda, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, Luxembourg, U.S., Iceland, Ireland, Isle of Man, Qatar. What's the lowest? Burundi, $260. How do you even live on that?
It says, well, I'm American and I'm not rich. And I'm sure that's correct, but observe how zoomed out I am on the map. I can't see you at all, meaning you are a trifling statistic to me. Similarly, what's clear both in real life and in video games is that the most significant threat to your empire is other nations enacting military force toward you while you're just trying to get your supply chain together to make light bulbs. For this reason, I wanted to look at the most powerful nations on Earth in terms of military might, which means looking at all 7 nuclear powers in the world, starting with the weakest and moving up to the
Who's Winnie the Pooh? Oh, Xi Jinping.
strongest. To preface, I'm not going to be mentioning any countries in Africa or South America. This is because they don't have any nukes, meaning they don't matter or exist, so we can just delete those. This is how they do it in the Pentagon, by the way. First, we have our honorable mentions, which are countries that have no nuclear weapons but are still extremely formidable. Iran. Iran currently does not possess any nuclear weapons, but recently was enriching uranium to levels above 60% in a facility 90 meters.
How do we know if a country doesn't have nuclear weapons? Is that like, are we able to know that? Like, couldn't a country have nuclear weapons and hide it? Even if you are spying on these countries, I'm not saying Iran has nuclear weapons, but I'm saying like countries could just have nuclear weapons and just not say it. But I think it's better to say it because that's the idea of mutually assured destruction. Because then you ensure your nation's survival from imminent threat because you could just threaten nuclear war back at someone.
Meters under a mountain. This was a bit suspicious and of course alarming to America's Department of Defense, because as the name implies, what America is defending itself from is another country possessing an object that its current arsenal couldn't destroy. Thankfully, there is not yet such a thing. Just so you know, I wrote that description before they rebranded to the Department of War, which, let's be honest, if you thought America was ever defending itself from anything, the only—
Oh my god, and that jackass right now that's just fucking big. Dude, he's like a social media influencer. Who's the head of the Department of War right now? And he just posts on fucking Instagram Reels all the time. I'm like, dude, go do something. go fucking do something. Pete Hegseth. Go fucking do something, bro. He's an influencer. He posts more than I do.
technology they would need is an Iron Dome that shoots down Boeing 767s. Saudi Arabia. Unrelated, Saudi Arabia also has no nuclear weapons, but is still top 10 globally in terms of defense spending, and is a fairly—
defense spending, but I feel like Saudi Arabia is also just so, like, even if they're not the top in military power, they have just raw power from wealth. Like, the amount of money that the Saudi families have is more than, like, billionaires combined. Like, the Saudi families are, like, so fucking rich.
Quote from the ruler of Dubai, which was, "My grandfather rode a camel, my father rode a camel, I drive a Mercedes, my son drives a Land Rover, his son will drive a Land Rover, but his son will ride a camel." This statement might sound like he's humbly stating from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations, but he's really saying, yeah, I'm just built different. Which pissed off his kids in the House of Saud, and now they all get chauffeured in solid gold Phantoms. Nevertheless—
wow.
Gold Phantoms. Nevertheless, they've recognized they can't just print money from selling oil forever, and their current grand strategy is to transition their economy from a gas station to the hub center connecting Africa to Eurasia and become the economic center of the Middle East. Plus, after hyping up their plans to build a 170-kilometer long city that is—
yeah, didn't they just give that up? I feel like Saudi Arabia starts so many, like, trillion-dollar projects that they just fucking shit out for 6 months and then go, never mind. Like, they'll just, dude, work at 24/7 on it, and they go, never mind.
Taller than the Empire State Building, and was getting me excited for someone to actually do something cool but really stupid for once. They shockingly paused construction, and were then like, maybe we can turn it into an AI data center instead.
Oh, is that what they really did?
7 as the weakest nuclear superpower is Israel. This is because Israel has no nuclear weapons, as it has committed to keeping the Middle East denuclearized. But they have stated that while they have no nuclear weapons, if they were to come under a mortal threat, they would be forced to use them. After turning the Gaza Strip into the Gaza Strip of all previous civilization, their current geopolitical objectives are to deal with international social outrage over their use of brutal force over a weaker territory by using their enormous political and media influence to convince radicalized Americans that they don't have enormous political and media—
You're going on the Nelk podcast. So, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, what is your favorite hamburger?
Number 6, North Korea. North Korea is estimated.
North Korea's the number 6 military superpower. I feel like that's just because they constantly threaten nuclear war. Like, there's no way North Korea is the 6th strongest nation militarily.
To have about 50 nuclear warheads, although they're far more powerful and effective than any other nation's nuclear warheads because Kim Jong-un personally guides each of their targets, always knows where they'll land, and never makes a strategic mistake. Their current geopolitical objective.
Yo, the shit that was really funny was when they launched that. You see when they launched that military boat and it sunk in front of Kim Jong-un? It's not funny because he probably killed people after that. But what boat was that? Slipped into the water, bow remained on shore. Hull damage and compromised the boat as a whole. Wow.
Objectives at home are to continue launching ballistic missile tests over South Korea in order to further refine their capacity for strategic inaccuracy. Meanwhile, abroad, the soldiers they sent to the Kursk region to help.
Addicted to porn. Addicted to porn, dude. All the North Koreans they sent over to Russia and to fight in the Ukraine war. Oh my God. They got immediately addicted to entertainment and corn.
Russia wouldn't stop peacefully gooning to dancing girls after seeing the internet for the first time.
And TikTok.
And have been sent home, likely undermining North Korea's credibility from the inside out with their tales from the free world. Number 5 and 4.
Bro, what? Because they don't have internet. Well, they have internet access, but we watched that one video where they actually had somebody with a North Korean phone. And, dude, it's like all monitored. It randomly takes pictures of your phone. You can't access the majority of things. You can't download VPNs. Only approved apps and things are even downloadable on your phone. You constantly have to get it refreshed. Like, if you're on Wi-Fi or a phone in North Korea, that shit's about as useful as, like, a Leapfrog tablet in 2010. So when they went over to Russia and they had basically unmonitored internet access, they shit their pants.
4. Pakistan and India. While even bigger in population than China with 1.45 billion people, India doesn't yet have anywhere near the wealth nor industry. Pakistan is much smaller in terms of population with about 250 million people, and even with half the GDP per capita at $1,500, it's still more than enough to secure strong borders around India, as both countries have about 200 nuclear weapons. Pakistan has significant trade and alignment with China, which allows China to strengthen their access through continental Asia and into the Middle East, whereas India is more aligned with the West, securing maritime trade and allowing them to bring you DoorDash anywhere in the world. Now we get to the top 3, which are considered the real major superpowers in the world and a major jump up in power level from everyone else. Russia. Russia is by far the weakest of.
It's going to be Russia, China, US. Russia's weak right now because they're going through all of their gold reserves. Isn't Russia just like burning cash fighting Ukraine right now? And like, what I think the person that runs the central bank in Russia went out again. The only woman or person in general that is able to speak out against Vladimir Putin is the leader of the central bank, because they have to be like outwardly honest about how their country's doing, at least to Putin. And she went out and was like, yeah, we're doing like really fucking bad. And then now she's not allowed to speak about it anymore.
Its greatest strength is its enormous abundance of natural resources and sheer landmass, meaning they have access to the Arctic Ocean, the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, and land trading routes to China, Europe hypothetically, and the Baltics. While obviously a shadow of the Soviet Union, a lot of analysts are downgrading Russia's superpower status even further, as their military capacities seem much weaker than previously thought, and Western sanctions mean they're extremely reliant and arguably at the mercy of China as a primary trade partner. While Russia isn't overwhelming in terms of strategic military power, they are—
Dude, take this with a grain of salt from 23-year-old Twitch streamer. I think China, in the way that they're going, is probably going to be making more money and more powerful than the U.S. at some point. China prints money. They fucking sell everything to everyone, and it's like not even close. Like, they fucking purposefully, artificially devalue their own dollar, and then their government just has so much money to spend on anything.
Are basically unconquerable because they have 6,000 nuclear weapons, which is more than America. And so it's kind of like fighting a Voltorb who might just get pissed you're winning and at any moment self-destruct. Meanwhile, Putin says that pretty much all of Russia's military actions are not for conquest, but preemptive self-defense from the expansion of NATO. For people who are not aware what NATO is, if you ask a Westerner, we would say it's the political and military alliance formed between the United States and Western Europe after World War II that was then extended to more Eastern countries over time as they wanted trade relationships with the West and security guarantees for themselves after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the formation of a still threatening modern Russia to their east. This is of course my Western bias speaking, because you ask Putin what NATO is, he would say, Mordor. At any rate, it's... Seems unlikely any further land conquest is going to occur after Ukraine, because what was supposed to be a quick little pro-gamer move that everyone was going to ignore ended up looking like this on the live conflict map in January 2023, and this is what it looks like 3 years later, so you can make up your own mind what that means. Number 2, China. China's biggest strength is turning their country from what was essentially an
What's up, Beijing?
agrarian peasant society getting conquered by the Japanese during one of their many angry phases in the 1930s into the largest industrial economy in the world and second largest GDP in quite literally 40 years. They have a population of 1.4 billion and a GDP per capita of $13,000, which is absolutely absurd given its size and where they started. A common sentiment you'll hear online is that China actually only has a population of 800 million, but then you ask for evidence and they're like, well, some Japanese scientists measured their annual salt consumption and it was lower than expected, which is completely...
Their annual salt consumption? Wait, there's people that think China's lying about how many people live in their country. Why would they inflate their numbers by 500 million people? I feel like you couldn't lie about that. Like, you couldn't... there's no way... I could see a country with 1 billion people saying they have 1.2. But there's no way you could be like, yeah, we have 1.3 billion people. And they're overshooting by 500 million.
Nonsense, because my grandma's Japanese, and if you said, yeah, Chinese salt consumption's about 2/3 of what we expected, what do you make of that? She would have said, make a lot of sense, Jamie. Chinese don't know how to cook properly. Nevertheless, what makes China frightening is that because of their export economy, they have a massive industrial capacity. They have similar numbers of tanks and warships to the US, albeit smaller ones, and their air force and overall systems technology are far worse. But in terms of shipbuilding, China has a gross tonnage capacity of over 230 times the US and produced over...
You can lie easily now? Yeah, but I mean, dude, lying about 500 million people is kind of hard. Yeah, we do have the same amount of stuff as them. Outside of nuclear weapons.
Building
an aircraft.
China has a gross tonnage capacity of over 230 times the US and produced over 1,000 commercial ships last year, and America made about 8. Not 1,000, the number 8. And in case you think that isn't a problem, it's Chinese commercial shipyards that also make the destroyers. Currently, China's next big move is most likely the annexation, aka reunification with Taiwan, because to be frank, it's literally right there. And when China was...
But like, why? What is with, like, this still needed idea of countries and conquest? Like, the world's been discovered. Why not just try to make the current country better than try to acquire more land and space? Like, when we're like, we need to acquire Greenland, that's making your life harder. I know China and Taiwan have had strains for years, and it's a very long historical conflict. But I'm saying, like, with the U.S., we have so many problems. Why are we trying to get more problems? I know it's oil. U.S. is also a war-based economy, so it's its own thing. You want Greenland for oil. You want money from that. You want to have more of a military holding there. Joe, do research. Yeah, it's a lot of strategic shit, chat, and it's also like an ego thing of like, if we acquire Greenland, that would look great for Trump. I'm saying from the average person's perspective, like, if you just threw a random guy in power, they'd do pretty bad. But I don't think they'd go, we need to start taking land. They'd go, why don't we solve part of the problems that we have here? Why don't we fix the problems that are going on here, right? Rather than acquire more of them.
Well, obviously not. That wouldn't benefit us at all. But like, imagine if Vancouver Island was its own country and had the best oil reserves in the world, and America was like, hey, can I buy some? And Vancouver Island was like, no, we use Chinese wellheads, so we only sell them the good stuff, but you can have the shitty oil we sell to everyone else. If that happened, I can assure you that I would be getting bombarded with freedom and democracy against my will well within 24 hours. So while I'm rooting for Taiwan, if you add on the fact that there are American military bases in Japan and South Korea, and they have access to bases in the Philippines, China's only way of securing clear access to the Pacific Ocean is Taiwan. Meaning, it's not looking so great for the little guy right now.
Yeah, but Taiwan, I know it's not looking great, and people say the rising tensions and shit, but doesn't Taiwan make, like, so much of, like, hardware for computing today, which doesn't seem like that big of a deal with war, but it's like Taiwan's such a valuable country for tech and CPU usage, which is like, yeah, semiconductors, like you need that. And so other countries wouldn't want, not even just the US, other countries wouldn't want China to have hold of that.
And partners. You already knew we were number one because I don't want to become the 51st state. The Western alliance of NATO and its homies post-World War II is essentially what everyone watching this video will have grown up and experienced and is likely currently living within. Our greatest strength is by far our enormous wealth and prosperity gained from free trade and cooperation. This came about because post-World War II, once everyone basically agreed to get along with each other instead of making world wars in every 2-decade tradition, this allowed the proliferation of the American global banking system called the Eurodollar, which was kind of like a banking telecom network throughout the world, allowing the proliferation and trade of the US dollar in Europe, Japan, and then basically everywhere else. Because of the West's perception as a liberal, rules-based democracy centered around free and fair trade, everyone trusted the currency and began using it, then saving it to use later.
That's part of the fear, though, is that if our dollar crashes, like the world economy fucking plummets. Because everything's not, like, we're not based on the gold standard anymore. We're just kind of artificially, like, believing this value of the dollar is the value that we say it is, versus us actually having something tangible that it could be tied to.
Later as a reserve, resulting in what people called the US dollar reserve currency system. Even today, 58% of all global reserves are in dollars, 50% of all trade is done in US dollars, and 90% of all foreign exchange is in dollars as well, which allows immense privilege in terms of global influence. You can sort of think of it like how the global language of business is English. Europeans speak to Europeans in English, except Italians. Educated Chinese students learn English, and if you want to have a successful international career, you essentially must learn English. That means for people born into it, you don't have to do any work, and you get all the rewards. If your hopes and dreams are to be successful in music, film, tech, finance, business, or professional political streaming, you have access to the largest markets right away. When you're thinking of your dream career, the first step for nearly all Westerners is thinking, but what if I fail and people make fun of me? But for everyone else, the first thing they have to do is learn a completely different language to fluency and then move to a different country. This is essentially the same privilege as the US dollar in that it has a global monopoly on banking and trade, meaning the currency that you create is the currency everyone uses, not just your citizens. So you can pull the levers in not just national, but global monetary and fiscal policy in your favor if you hypothetically had any idea what those levers did. With that said, currently the geopolitical grand strategy of the West is in complete disarray, because prior to Trump 2.0, both the Democrat and Republican plan was essentially to maintain the pre-existing Western rules-based order in conjunction with its allies in Europe and Asia, with only pocketed military intervention as fires needed putting out, or some perhaps slightly imaginary threats emerged. Even now, it's still not clear what the new hard-right grand vision is, or if there even is one, but if you read some of the partially human thinkers that seem to be whispering in Trump's ear, and you really interpret it generously, it would seem the basic premise is we have to stop languishing and twiddling our thumbs as China becomes a threat to our position as global superpower. We need domestic industrial capacity to come back because we have no way to build our critical industry technology in volume if they decouple their economy from us. America shouldn't use our resources to be the protectorate militarily of Europe. They have the resources now to do it themselves. And America will establish political security over Central America, locking down a soft border for the entire northern continent, while using bases on Greenland to secure the Arctic shipping lanes, which are now open nearly year-round since polar ice has retreated in the last 50 years.
Oh my god. Fuck this. Fuck this.
Not because of climate change, though, that doesn't exist. On paper, it's not like there's...
So we're hard pivoting from the protection of NATO. I know a lot of this with like how we're trying to de-escalate spending for them and we're trying to get them to cut some part of their own GDP for their own spending in Europe. And a lot of countries within Europe want to do that themselves just so they don't have to be reliant on the U.S. So now we're trying to move that chokehold to South America. So then we have the same influence that we had 30 years ago on Europe, just in a different space.
There's anything that unusual about the plan. It just represents a particular form of extremely hawkish foreign policy. The problem really is the not on paper part, which is using forceful executive powers to manipulate your allies while demolishing any pre-existing trust and goodwill, then circumventing all democratic political channels to achieve it as fast as humanly possible, causing massive social upheaval in your own country and the world, and all of this is while defying the entire fundamental basis of the Western alliance in the first.
And like, when's it get better? Like, that's what, like, bro, motherfuckers are like, I know people say, are we great yet? But I'm like, what's the final plan? You know what I mean? Like, when people are seeing this, like, there's some people that don't have a problem with it, But I'm like, yo, what are we waiting for? Like, what are we waiting for? When's the great again happening? Everything's more expensive. Inflation's still higher. Job markets are still bad. The housing market's still expensive as fuck. Gold skyrocketed 300% because people are worried the economy's gonna fucking crash. We're in an AI bubble. ICE is just killing people. What are we fucking waiting for? When, like that, no, I literally ask myself that every day. I'm like, where's the goal, right? Because like, I can get the idea of like shit getting bad before it gets better. There has to be things that are bad before you get to the long-term goal. But like, what's the goal? I feel like we're moving the goalpost all the time. Like, what are we talking about? Greenland now? We kidnapped the guy in Venezuela, or now we're controlling Venezuela for some time. I was just like, what's happening?
First place, which is ironically destroying the social cohesion and resulting trade and finance empire that made America great post-World War II. From everything I've looked at, pretty much everyone seems to either think that America is trying to intentionally disconnect and isolate itself from Europe and its allies in an act of ultra-nationalist self-suicide combined with an economic Cold War with China, or that they're finally using strong-arm tactics to concentrate executive power and accelerate decision-making, allowing them to bring back real military strength, security, national identity, and industrial power to a stagnating Western empire. Frankly, I don't think anyone has any idea because everyone I read on the topic just keeps getting every prediction wrong, and if I were playing your boy Donald in a grand strategy game, I'd be very confused, and all I do is keep a very wide berth to protect.
Yeah, like it's like his moveset changes. Like if Trump was like a Magic the Gathering card, his description would change every fucking turn. It's like, oh no, he doesn't do that anymore. Now he's gonna do this. Like it's unpredictable. Like, it's just a guy that's like, he wakes up and he's like, yeah, this is what we're going to do now.
My light bulbs. But the good news is that at the very least, if you can get past the lying, the corruption, and Rape Island, the characters this season...
Nah, Trump coin's still going to be up sometime, though. That definitely wasn't like a rug pull, like, you know, started by a small group of people and investors that may have also been involved in the government.
Have been the best written I've ever seen. Unlike politics of back in my day, which was mostly about either having elite-level charisma or just being born into the ruling class, winning on being relatable or hot, and then having absolutely no idea what you're doing. Some people are like, yeah, but Jamie, this isn't Game of Thrones. This is the real world. It could end with you dying in a nuclear war. Which always makes me think, nah, I'm down. Now, unlike NATO, what shouldn't be collapsing is your access to an allied network.
This is an ad. Well, that was a fun video.
The app at the link below, or...
W casually explained, bruh. Full-blown recession. The gold crash got bro. We have no nuclear weapons. We'll use it if we have to. What is gold at now? Oh my god! Wait, it's down 8% today. Holy shit. Piracy is the logical solution.
If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing, which is why piracy is no longer seen as digital theft reserved for risk takers and your plug who knew a sketchy website. Now it's easier.
No, actually, though. 2025, pirating like a show, movie, or professional sports match is so normal. Like, to go on a weird website and just watch it, like, effectively illegally. You remember the old DVDs that you would put in, like DVD player VHS tapes even, for people that are, like, older than me. And it would say before the movie started, it would be like, FBI warning. Piracy is a crime that could be fined up to blank and blank with this amount of years in prison. This is, like, a serious... Because, like, people would go to movie theaters and, like, film movies and then upload them. And the rips were terrible. And people would watch that. Now, people just rip a show straight off of a fucking streaming service and just upload it onto a sketchy website. And people will just watch that. Like, it's crazy how normal it is now, I guess. Do they even crack down on that? Like, is piracy something that people get actually charged with anymore? I feel like, yeah, but maybe not as much. Because it's hard to track, and there's so many people that do it.
And more convenient than ever. TV, movies, sports, live events.
Like, it sucks to say. I mean, it not sucks, but one in the chat if you've pirated something. I'm not advocating for this, but like whether it be a UFC fight, a Jake Paul fight, yeah, most people because I think the term pirating isn't what it used to be. The term pirating now is like, I went on a website to watch a fucking UFC fight for free. I went on this instead. Like, most of the time, that's what people are probably meaning when they say pirating. It used to be like, yeah, I bought a rip off a guy who was illegally recording in a movie theater.
Whatever you want for free. It's become so normalized that piracy sites are getting more yearly visits than every streaming service combined. But this makes sense when you consider that every facet of the entertainment industry has been destroyed by corporations. Even if you're not a sports fan, you will relate to this struggle because
how every day the sport you want to watch is on a different platform because the one company didn't buy everything. It's like now the NBA or like the MLB, it's like, okay, well, it's on this one day and this another day and then this another day. Oh my God, it's such a fucking pain in the ass. That, and then it's like Netflix used to be, bro, anybody remember 2017 Netflix? My God, that was peak. Because you would fucking load that bitch up. It had so many shows and movies. It was like the only thing. Now you didn't have to use fucking on demand. You didn't have to pay for a show. It was awesome. And then it was like, oh, HBO Max or Hulu's out. It'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. They have even more stuff. And then it got to a point where like there's 9 streaming services that constantly battle for different shows. So it's like you can't own one to watch what you want now. Now you have to own 5. Because you have one show on each network that you want to watch, and they're purposefully pulling from other people because they're trying to get customers to transfer over. It's so stupid.
You need to see how insanely difficult it is just to watch a basketball game. I live in Oklahoma City, and I really wanted to follow the Thunder and the entire Western Conference.
Every single basketball day is probably on a different network. There's a network that probably owns like Monday, Thursday, and then there's ones that own like Thursday or weekends. I don't know basketball days generally, but like it's absurd the lengths you have to go to watch professional sports now.
I bought NBA League Pass for $110 for the season. Silly me for thinking that one streaming service would have every game.
No, that only has 3 days a week probably. $110.
Pass only lets you watch games that are out of market, which meant I couldn't actually watch the Thunder games because I live in Oklahoma City and those rights belong to the FanDuel Sports Network. And if the game was nationally televised, that was exclusively broadcast on ESPN or TNT, which meant I needed a cable package or another app like Hulu Live or Sling.
No. I will stand by though. Cable TV is dog shit. Bro, they try to loop that shit in whenever if you get a TV, you get a Wi-Fi package, they're like, yo, you wanna loop in cable? It's only like fucking $200 a month. No. Because who the fuck watches cable anymore? Outside of 4 sports, no one watches cable. Who the fuck's like, yeah, I'm going to go see what's on A&E right now. Oh, The Sopranos is on at 9 in the morning. What?
To catch the games literally happening in my city. As of right now, if you want to guarantee that you will be able to watch all of
old people, yeah, somebody said my grandparents. Yeah, old people. No, I feel like more and more, there's probably stats on that. I would say the average Gen Z person does not own cable.
The NBA games in the US, when they are actually happening live, you need to have ESPN, which requires you to have Hulu plus Live TV or YouTube TV or Sling Orange TV or with an upgraded cable package. Then you need Peacock, which is $11 per month. Then you need Prime Video, which is $9 per month, and ABC, which would come with your basic local cable subscription. The cheapest way to get
Bro, it's like that's just to watch one basketball game. I think like pay-per-view, it's a little bit different. So it's like maybe not as annoying because there is paywalls. But I remember I was trying to watch a UFC fight with my friends and he had ESPN Plus and that let us, he had to sign into that and that let us watch the undercard, like not the main card. But then when it got to the main card, you had to pay for that, but he already pays for ESPN Plus. So then he's paying for a subscription and then having to pay on top of that to watch the main card and not the prelims.
Guarantee every game would be $66 in subscriptions and whatever your basic cable costs these days, which is on average about $25. So roughly $91.
Bro, what's fucked to say is I mean, it's bringing people together maybe, but I feel like more people go to restaurants and bars to watch games now. Like, if I really want to watch a game, like, I feel like I might go somewhere. Yeah, because they'll just have it.
Per month just to watch basketball the cheapest. Now, me personally, I would never pirate anything. That is behavior I absolutely condemn. But I'm not surprised anyone who would do it when all you got to do is go to one of the many widely available.
Is it the same for like football? Like for not the NFL, like the UK or like European, like football? Like, do they have, like, is it for my European viewers, is it as bad to watch like a Liverpool game or something? Like, if you want to, yes. So they just have shit on different, it's all on different networks, on different fucking platforms. That's so annoying. It's worse. How's it worse? Because they play a lot of games.
Free websites, click the extremely clean and clear interface that says the exact game or event you are looking for and just watch it for free. But
yeah, then you go on Stream East and you're like, oh, I'm watching the game. Dick and balls on in frame. Oh, wait, no, it just tabbed me out of the Stream East. Oh, no, there's somebody having sex on the right side of my screen right now.
honestly, we should have seen this terrible streaming climate coming from a mile away, because as they say, nothing.
Oh shit, dude, there's a hot MILF that's only 3 miles away. You're mid-game, you're like, oh fuck, what's that?
Nothing good lasts forever. And to understand why piracy is so rampant today, we have to understand this detailed list of problems that piracy solves. Netflix used to be
falling for that? Can I say that? Who is falling for that? The fucking Jessica's waiting for you 6.3 miles away. It's got to be like old men. Like old men are like, "Oh, really?" They click on it.
$8 per month, and it had a deep, deep catalog of some of the most popular shows ever made.
Oh my god, yes, when Netflix had The Office was when streaming services was peak.
Office, Friends, Breaking Bad, Dexter, Family Guy, American Horror Story, Pretty Little Liars, Law and Order, and even some Disney and Pixar.
Wow, Netflix had all those at the same time. Now they have some boof-ass fucking 20% Rotten Tomatoes films.
Titles. They had the Harry Potter films, they had Star Wars, they had classic movies like Shawshank Redemption, The Godfather, The Dark Knight. They even had Marvel titles before Disney Plus launched. It felt limitless, like the entire entertainment industry was in one app for the price of a fast food meal.
Kipatowski!
Today, $8.99 gets you 9,000 shows you will never watch, and that's with ads. And if you don't want ads, no problem. That's $25 a month. Plus, every studio with a morsel of value.
You gotta pay for no ads, too. You might as well just watch cable TV if you're not paying for the... Like, for Hulu with ads, bro, I remember back when I would watch One Punch Man on Hulu, it would be fucking like 15-minute episode, 5-minute mid-roll ad, or 5-minute pre-roll ad, 5 minutes of the show, 5-minute mid-roll ad, 10 minutes of the show, 3-minute mid-roll ad, or end-roll ad till the next one.
IP decided to make their own app. So instead of one library, you get 10 half libraries, each charging you separately.
Oh my god, I love that. Yeah, I love that. When you go on Pawn Stars and they have seasons 1, 15, 32, and 17. Oh shit, bro. Oh my god, wait. They have one of my favorite shows. They only have seasons 1, 4, 5, and 12. Where's the other ones at?
HBO Max, $21 a month. Hulu and Disney Plus, $19 a month. Peacock, $17. Apple TV Plus, Paramount Plus, Discovery.
I feel like they only really do it though for shows that don't have like a definitive plot line. You know what I mean? Like usually you'll see that for like Impractical Jokers or some other shit where it's like they have a show that you don't need to know the other episodes to understand.
Plus, Stars Play, BritBox, and niche ones like Shudder.
Yeah, Survivor. They'll do it for reality shows like Big Brother, Survivor, some shit.
Crunchyroll, Acorn TV, all jumped into the fight, each charging $4 to $20 a month. I sometimes.
What the fuck is Acorn TV? What the fuck is Acorn TV? Yo, anybody in chat got Acorn TV? Really? Actually. No one has that. What is on Acorn TV? I gotta actually Google that shit right now. Acorn TV is $8.99 a month. Like, what do they have that would make me want to see Acorn TV? Made in Italy, Bloodlands, Maternal. Don't know any of these shows. Cracks, Girlfriends, The Terror, Turning Green. Bro, can I say this really feels like... I'm going to show this. Hold up. Like, this feels like... What are these shows? Like, when you're scrolling through this kind of feels like when you're on an airplane and they have like, oh, here's the catalog of shows we have. What am I looking at? The Other Wife, Dog Martin, Bon Voyage. I've never heard of any of these shows. The Killing, The Journey, Henry, 800 Words, Mayflies, Coastal Ireland with Adrian Dunbar. Yeah, I'm really going to pay $8.99 to see Coastal Ireland with Adrian Dunbar. I want to scroll until I recognize one show. I mean, dude, is this all like British shit? What am I looking at? Murderland? That's their whole thing? A Stitch in Time. Movies. What movies do they have? Maybe that'll be better. Maybe that'll be better. Stardust, Black 47. These are all the movies they have. That's all the movies they have. $8.99 a month? Why am I paying for that? Why would I pay for that? What are they offering? And some of them just don't make any sense. I understand Stars, bro. I remember Stars was like the shit before Netflix.
Into the fight, each charging $4 to $20 a month. I sometimes have this thought like, man, I wish I could just pay one price for all of the streaming services grouped together, and then I realize that's kind of what cable was. But streaming was supposed to be the solution.
Well, no, bro. Cable was, yeah, it was cool. The problem with cable was like you paid for cable, but you could only watch the show if it aired at a certain time. If we reverted back to cable TV and made it so like I could watch an episode of whatever without having to fucking record it on a VCR. Yeah, some dickhead just said, Nathan just said record it. Bro, I'm not going to sit there and be like, I need to record this episode when it airs. Then I have to actively spend time out of my day to remember to record an episode of a show that I want to see. Otherwise, I have to wait for that shit to air. No, it should just have a catalog of like out episodes that I have to be able to, that I could watch. But that's not how it was. You paid for cable TV, you had on demand, and then when you would go to watch the show, some of it would be free. They would have ads with it, sure. But then a lot of the time you had to pay for it. You had to pay like $8 for one episode of a show. And then you owned the episode.
And yet they are slowly turning into the very thing they sought to destroy. Check out this old residential cable service price sheet from 1993. Just your basic news and weather channels was the same cost as Netflix when they first launched. Adding just 2 or 3 premium channels like the Disney Channel takes the price from $8 to $20 to $27 per month. This is actually insanely expensive for the 90s, especially when you consider that you did not get to choose what content to watch or when you could—
No, you just fucking tune in. I mean, there's like some nostalgia in that, but like in modern time, yeah, I could look back at that and like when I'm at a hotel, I'm like, yeah, let me see what's on TV. It's fun. But if every day I had to be like, let me go watch something, and I tune in 35 minutes into an hour-long show and I'm like, oh, I don't even know what's happening. You can't get into anything. Like that's what makes that shit impossible, is like you can't start anything new with cable TV unless you've been there from the beginning. Because if you want to watch The Office, or not The Office, because those are just random episodes. Let's say you want to watch like Supernatural, which is a show that ranges like 14 fucking seasons. And on cable TV, season 7, episode 22 is on. I can't invest myself into Supernatural. I don't even understand the fucking plot line. And I can't go back and watch the first episode because I have to pay for it.
Streaming solved all of these problems, but in 2025, almost all of these problems are back. I recently wanted to watch The Founder after doing research for my fast food video, but Netflix would not allow me to watch it since I pay for the cheapest version of Netflix that has ads. I was annoyed, but I thought maybe it had something to do with McDonald's having some sort of strict licensing issue that forced Netflix to lock it behind the premium tier, but it turns out there are 138 movies and TV series blocked on Netflix advertising tier. For $8 per month, you cannot watch Spider-Man, White Chicks, Boys in the Hood, or even the Garfield movie. Half the time, you don't even know whether something isn't available or not.
Oh, dude, but you at least have Guy's Grocery Games. That's all you need, man.
Because of licensing
Chopped
contracts, region restrictions, or just because you're on the wrong subscription plan. The end result feels exactly like cable.
Alright guys, I'm gonna need you to make me a hamburger with all the ingredients in the grocery store. You have 20 minutes and $35. Go.
Again, paying more money just to unlock what you thought you were already paying for, thus making piracy the logical solution. You can go to these super cool websites that I never endorse because that is wrong and immoral, and just search basically any movie and get a high definition download. However, cable being much more expensive actually did have a slight benefit that nobody realized at the time. The competition for ratings meant that
everybody bloody you. Brooks did my makeup in like 10 minutes. I am supposed to be a dead possum. That is my Halloween outfit for this stream. What are we rating the fit? I'm probably gonna sweat my fucking ass off in this shit. They also give me these little like claws. Rar. It's so hot. Okay. We're about to hop into the short horror films, but I do want to watch this Papa Meat video first. Most haunted places in the world.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Tune in, sit down, because today we're going to be talking about the most haunted places in the entire world.
How do they determine what's haunted and not? Like, what level of haunted something is? Is that just off of personal accounts? Like 100 people said they got, you know, mauled by a ghost in here. So that means it's more haunted than somewhere else. The number of ghosts. Yeah, no shit. But it's like, that has to be off of personal accounts. From the Phasmophobia EMF reader. Oh, really? They just go into each place. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, yeah, no, that's really fucking haunted. All right. That's number one for sure.
We've done America. There might be more things to talk about in America because they are a part of the world.
I would get that. Without explanation, I would understand you saying the Paris catacombs are the most haunted area in the world because there's actually 3 million dead bodies down there. That makes sense to me. You walk in the Paris catacombs, the walls are human bones. So I understand you going, yeah, this place is probably pretty fucking haunted. But then some random shore house in Delaware, it's like, yeah, this place, somebody died here, you know, in the 1800s. This place is really fucking haunted. Like, I need to hear some shit where it's like, this place is so haunted, anytime anybody enters this area, they die.
But today we're going worldwide, baby, because October is the scariest time of the year. And what better way to get into Halloween spirit than exploring some of the strangest and most terrifying places?
Also self-explanatory, understandable. I'm asking a bit a kind of stupid question now. I think I answered that shit myself by just pressing play on the video. Yes, there's no, like, I guess, analytical difference between the two places that are less or more haunted than one or the other. But I would much rather stay in this, whatever this fucking room is for a night, than, like, a house.
The strangest and most terrifying places known to man. In the past, we've explored the scariest places across the United States, but now it's time to branch out and discover what the rest of the world has to offer, which no one is as old as the United States, so I doubt it's any. From the cold and mysterious castles found in Europe to the haunted temples in Asia to the cursed tombs of Africa, there truly isn't anywhere on the planet that the dead...
Understanding a tomb being cursed. Oh, awakening, basically digging up a dead body, probably not a great play. I would understand somebody saying that's haunted.
Don't inhabit. The ghosts, they go everywhere.
Even underground?
They might be underground. So get ready as we cover some insane or unique haunts that are sure to cause a scare. The first stop on our journey takes us across the pond over to the UK, where one of the most haunted places in the world is set to reside. Though you wouldn't think.
Oh my god, the most haunted place in the world in the UK is just a Tesco. Oh, well, actually, the most haunted place in the world is actually on 5th Street. It's an old pizzeria, one of the first in the UK.
think at first glance, the Tower of London has terrorized people for centuries.
Bro, I re-looked at my 23andMe results and they changed my shit. I'm like 42% English. I was like 42% French and German, 30% Italian, 10% British, 10% Ashkenazi Jew. Now I'm 37%. I'm 37% English, 37% Italian, 10% or 20% German. You're Jewish? I'm percentage Jewish. I have a lineage of Ashkenazi Jewish people in my family. Dude, they changed my results. So like 30% of my ancestry is from fucking the UK. How upsetting. No, I'm kidding. Have you ever left money in your Cash App account wishing you could spend it directly from the account rather than having to transfer it? Well, the Cash App debit card is for you. The Cash App debit card, customizable, by the way, has 0 hidden fees, no monthly charges, or minimum balance requirements. The Cash App debit card also gives you exclusive discounts on everyday things that you buy: coffee, video games, food delivery, and more. If you're a fan of concerts and music, you also get exclusive pre-sale access to many of your favorite artists, including Kendrick Lamar, SZA, Sabrina Carpenter, Drake, and more. For a limited time only, new Cash App customers over the age of 18 can earn $10 if they use code CASH10 in their profile at sign up, as well as send $5 to a friend or more in the first 14 days. If you're 13 to 17, request a parent or guardian sponsored account and use promo code CASH10 at sign up and get $10 dropped into your account when you order and activate a Cash App card, and send $5 or more to a friend within the first 14 days. Terms apply. Cash App, thank you for sponsoring this video. Let's get back into it.
They built in 1078. What?
It's old.
God damn.
What was built in 1078? The haunted castle? Oh, no, that looks haunted. Any, like, old king's castle made of stone, and it's cold, and there's, like, a weird breeze that bustles through the windows at night, like, that's haunted, for sure. Fine.
God damn, give the motherfucker facelift. Have they touched it since then? Surely they had. Okay. The Tower of London has housed both royalty and some of the most...
Last refurbished in 2025. I was bored one day and I was looking at castles you could stay in the UK and Europe in general. And what really upset me was all of the castles on the inside were like modern day homes. I don't know what part of me thought that Airbnb would let you list a castle with like a fucking stone bed or like I truly thought the inside of a castle, like if I rented a castle out, I didn't think the inside would be like heat insulated. I thought it would be like stone walls. You walk on the inside, it's just stone. It's a castle. You're staying in a castle because that's what I would want personally. If I rented out a castle to stay in a castle, I don't want the inside of the castle to feel like I'm in a fucking New York City high-rise apartment. I want to feel like I'm in the 12th century, and and there's no AC, and there's kind of like rats or bugs that kind of crawl in at night. I want the authentic experience.
The Tower of London has housed both royalty and some of the most notorious criminals in the UK's history. The 18-acre half prison, half palace is situated on the River Thames in central London and was a functioning prison up until 1952, when it closed its doors and reopened as a tourist attraction. I don't really know if I like the idea of I'm royalty and I live here. Also, there's prisoners in the same building as me.
That seems unsafe. Maybe they enjoyed having prisoners.
Yeah. Royalty's white noise for sleeping wasn't just like monkeys and jungle music. It was like, and like
literal prisoners screaming. They're getting tortured by the rats. Dude, they had that in the underside of castles. They would just like chain you to a wall with a bunch of rats. And eventually you would just starve to death slowly, and then they would eat you alive. So you're falling asleep. You know, you're king blank and blank from the 10th century. Me. Ah! Ah! Please! I didn't mean it! And that's just like in the background. I mean, you know, I don't know how well sound travels through stone, but I would assume you'd probably hear some of it.
Many of the royal residents who ruled over the Kai had received exotic animals as gifts and stored them in that tower. This ranged from monkeys to lions, and in one instance, a polar bear. And in 1250...
Damn, dude, getting gifted a polar bear. in the UK. Where was the nearest polar bear to the UK in the year 1200? Like the Nordic regions? That's badass. I'm wondering how they transported that. How do you capture a polar bear in the year 1200? Before you had like knockout darts, how the fuck did you trap an alive polar bear? A wooden box. What, like some Looney Tunes cartoon, you lure it and just go, huh, and then the box falls on top of it? I'm saying, no, I'm not worried about how you transport it. No shit, yeah, you put it on the back of a horse carriage and fucking pull it. How do you get the bear in there without killing it? Let me bang that. Box traps, they were lured into a large box trap, like with bait. So it literally was like what you would do with like modern day like gophers or raccoons.
Received a white bear from the King of Norway and housed it in the Tower of London Menagerie, where it lived out its days swimming in the river and eating fish. I still don't think that's probably a good time for it. a big white bear, he play in the grey water, eat our trash fish in the grey water. Now he turns into a black bear. He used to be white. He's grey. However, several witnesses claim to have seen a ghostly white bear wandering the complex.
Okay, bro, the soul. I thought you were going to say this shit was haunted because of the fucking, like, scary things that happened in it. They have a tower in London where people claim to see the dead polar bear from the year 1200.
Whoa, haunted bear.
I really didn't even think about animals haunting them.
I didn't know they could haunt.
I thought animals didn't have souls.
Maybe this bear was reincarnated, or the person was reincarnated as a bear, and then, yeah, died, and now it's ghost haunts.
Would you rather be haunted by a bear or a man?
I feel like a bear.
I'd rather be haunted by a bear for sure. Because it's still going to have the mind of a bear. So, what's it going to do? You're going to get jump scared every once in a while. After some point, it's probably going to start liking you, you know? I'd be like, bro, chill out.
In 1816, a night guard heard strange sounds coming from the jewel room and decided to investigate. He definitely wasn't stealing. Did you guys hear that? When he opened the door, he saw a large white bear standing in the darkness. What the fuck was the bear doing there? Shocked by this, he thrust his bayonet at the beast, only for it to pass through and stab the wall behind it. Oh. The guard was later found in a state of shock and taken to the guard's barracks, where he was inspected. The head guard found no signs of intoxication, all while the guard was silently mumbling about what he had seen.
See, bro, do you think the guard knew about the bear previously? Because I will say that is very weird. If the guard had known about the story, I would assume he was seeing things. But if the guard had no clue and just happened to see a white polar bear in a UK castle...
What do you think it really was? He obviously went in there to steal jewels.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a large fat man?
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, and then you mistake him for a bear. The guy comes up later, he's like looking at him in the hospital room. What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Not long after the incident, the guard went completely insane and died from shock. I bet you that was probably...
What? Right after he fucking went insane and died? I thought it was going to be like, oh, he just moved on, retired from it because it freaked him out. He fucking lost his mind and died. I feel like he already had to be insane. You got to think, bro, what is the psychiatrist... The psychological examiner in the year 1800. So what do you see, my boy? There was a polar bear. I tried to thrust my sword into it, but it disappeared. And what would you say your mental condition is? I'm perfectly sane. Everybody's always been saying I've been crazy since I was a young lad. But I've always seen these polar bears, and every time I try to stab them, they disappear. I think he's okay. I think he might be okay. I think this place might actually be haunted. Nothing might be wrong with him.
Around the same time, Edmund Linthal Swift, who would find the frightened guardsman, also had a scare of his own. One night, Edmund brought his family to Anne Boleyn's room in the Martin Tower, where she had been held before her execution. And after closing all the blinds and locking the doors, the family saw a pill-shaped apparition form in the middle of the room. pale white phantom traveled to each person, sitting at the table in the middle of the room before stopping above Edmund's wife. Before she could move, the pill shot down onto her shoulder, forcing her to crouch in pain and yell, "Ow!"
Shot down onto her shoulder, just rips her fucking right arm off. Oh my god! Oh my god! Just say what? Like a guy from that era in time trying to react to that.
Christ, it has seized me! As soon as she yelled, Edmund grabbed a chair and threw it at his wife.
Threw it at his wife, knocks her out cold.
She's like, I think I have shoulder pain, causing the ghost to disappear. Oh my.
I don't know. This kind of seems like a spousal abuse story that's kind of clouded in a... I swear I didn't just throw a chair at her. There was a ghost! A pill-shaped ghost. It's Anne Boleyn's room. She was about to get executed. I had to throw the chair at her.
To this day, it is known as the Phantom Lava Lamp and is said to haunt that very room. I don't like that. That scares me. I also know, you know what it is?
I feel like it doesn't scare me. I feel like it being a weird orb of energy would be less scary than like a figurine. If I was in that room and I saw like a fucking Matrix pill of white light just morphing around, I'd be like, I don't think I would be scared. I'd be more intrigued, no? That would be something you'd investigate. Like, if you were in the woods at night and you saw, like, an apparition of a man walking around, your ass is beelining it the opposite direction. But if I saw an orb of white light... Can we stop with that shit? What do you mean? Stop. Can we... If I saw an orb of white light, bro, I would be like, oh, let me go check that out. Oh, the lava lamp is the orb? What are y'all doing if it just started floating? It floats towards me to my right shoulder, just fucking cuts it clean off. I go, oh! Oh!
King Henry VIII is responsible for many of the ghosts found at the tower, so it's no surprise to see him lurking around. In 1890, a sentry guard was doing his round when he heard someone call his name, where he turned around and he saw a bloated face of King Henry. He claimed that Henry's face was
King Henry's bloated face? Oh, well, you know, actually, the system many people use in the United States for measurement is off of my own foot. It may have been overestimated slightly to make my feet seem quite bigger because, you know, a lot of people relate feet to another part of the human body, but nevertheless, it is based off of myself.
Deep red and drooling at the mouth. After calling his name, the spirit chased the guard down the hallway before it soon disappeared. Anne Boleyn was the second wife of King Henry and was charged with incest and adultery after...
Anne Boleyn, I've heard her name before, but I didn't know who she was. She was executed as King Henry's wife. It wasn't that like a get around for him because he wanted to keep remarrying or something? Isn't that why he also started another church of his own? That's King Henry, right? King Henry, like, kept wanting to get annulments, and eventually the priests were like, hey, man, you can't keep just divorcing your wives. You can't, that's a no-go. And he's like, oh, really? Well, I'll just start my own thing in it. And then that's what he did.
She was beheaded for her crimes and has been seen walking around with her head in her hands. Just down the road from the Tower of London is the world's most haunted pub called...
Her head in her hands? She was walking with her head in her hands, or her hands holding her head?
Haunted pub called the Grenadier. It was built in the 1720s as a barracks for soldiers, and it wasn't until a century later that the building was converted into a bar. Shortly after it was converted, a soldier named Cedric was beaten to death in the basement after getting caught cheating during a card game.
They beat him to death for cheating in a fucking card game.
Fair. It's just so funny back in the day, like, he cheated at this game. All right, let's kill him.
Do you think he was just doing really good
and they just claimed that he was cheating? Oh my God. No, they were all playing like poker together and he just kept getting pocket aces. He must be cheating. I swear it's just a crazy stroke of luck, guys. You gotta believe me. Why don't we take him downstairs? Show him the real one, too, didn't it? Well, show him what a real ace of spades is. And then they just beat him to death.
I have a sneaking suspicion he's like, I hate to say it, but it's a full house again. All right, boys. You know what I mean? Like, since then, it is said that his spirit haunts the pub and torments guests. On more than one occasion, people have witnessed a cigarette being smoked by itself. And one person even
That's freaky. Like, literally just a cigarette standing in the... It's just, like, floating in the corner.
claimed to have been burned by an invisible cigarette, which is kind of fun. I like this because he's a ghost and he's smoking real cigarettes. And then he is also like, you know what? You know what? Fuck you. Put that in your neck.
Yeah, also I like how that is definitely just some guy, other soldiers fucking with each other. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just flicking. Yeah.
Oh, just burning each other and then saying it was a ghost.
People are probably so gullible, too. They're like, I got burned by a ghost. Instead of, like, looking around and being like, did you burn me? I bet you that.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's a pub. Everybody's drunk. You already know the story about the guy that got beat to death, and then you're just smoking a cigarette. You go around your friend's neck and just go, tss. Oh! Was that you? No, it wasn't. Oh, my God. I swear I just got burned by a cigarette. Was it floating? Yeah, so it's just like a bit. And then everybody falls for it.
Other patrons have claimed to have seen a spectral soldier in mirrors and photos taken in the bar. Cedric is also known to create cold spots, rearrange furniture, and cause people to feel depressed.
Bro, I hate the idea of a cold spot. You're under the AC vent. You're under the AC vent. That's what it is. Ah. Oh my God, it's getting a bit chilly in here. Oh. We don't have AC in the UK nor vents? Huh? There's no AC. What? We don't have AC. Let me bing that. Fewer than 5% of homes have AC in the UK. What? Most UK homes are designed to retain heat and people rely on fans or AC units to cool down. Bro, it doesn't get hot as shit. You guys don't have... Do you have heating units? Like, is there heaters? The climate's different. Bro. But I never thought the UK doesn't have AC. Most homes have a central heating system, but not AC. Oh my God. How hot do the homes get? How hot are the homes in the UK in the summer? They average 14 to 28 degrees Celsius. Brother, freedom unit.
The shows that survived were usually the best of the best. Every network was fighting for limited primetime slots, and if a show could not pull in millions of viewers week after week, it was canceled. There was no filler at primetime. Seinfeld, Friends, The Simpsons, The X-Files, Sex and the City, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I could go on and on. Networks weren't pumping out hundreds of new series every year just to fill catalog.
Okay, don't say pumping out shows and shows. This shit's the fucking... This is like primetime dad TV. This is... I don't know what Alone Australia is, but Alone is an amazing show. It's Survivor, but actually Survivor. They just drop your ass off in the wilderness and say, last one standing wins, bye. And they leave. And they come back once a week to see if you're dead or not. And they do like a weight check, and you have like a little radio in case you're dying. They come save your ass. And if you're the last one there and you don't get pulled because like you're like dying of, you know, being malnourished, you win. And you get like $1 million. It's fucking awesome.
Space. They were making sure the few shows they produced had the writing, acting, and budgets to succeed. And to no surprise at all,
Naked and Afraid? Oh my God! See, do they still make that on cable? Or not on cable. Do they make that for streaming services? I would watch that shit. That was hilarious. Naked and Afraid, it would be a bunch of cameramen. They're fucking filming from like 8 trees away, just like this. And they're like, all right, they're meeting for the first time. They walk up, they're butt-ass naked. And they're clearly trying to not look at each other's genitals. and so they walk up to each other and they're like, hey, what did you bring? Oh, I brought flint and steel as my item. Oh, that's awesome.
These old shows are still dominating streaming services today. In 2022,
And then, dude, the one episode of Naked and Afraid that I fucking loved, that it will always stay in my mind. It was they were in like the jungle somewhere. I don't know what country they were in, because they always make you go into a different place. There was this man and a woman. And like 3 days in, he's like, I don't need to boil the water. This is fresh running water. He fucking drinks right out of it. And he's like, flash cut 10 minutes. He's laying in like their shelter like this. He contracted some fucking virus in the water. He had to get airlifted out. He lived. I would not be joking about it if he died. He got airlifted out, and then it like flashed back, and she was like, I told him not to drink that water. She was like, I told him not to drink. There was amoebas in that shit.
Seinfeld racked up 19.3 billion viewing minutes on Netflix, making it the 10th most watched show of that year. Compare that to one of their most popular originals, Wednesday, which was everywhere in 2022. Viral on TikTok, Jenna Ortega was launched into A-list fame. It was damn near a monoculture moment, yet it still drew fewer minutes than Seinfeld, a 30-year-old sitcom. Shows like The Umbrella Academy and The Rings of Power pulled in about half the audience of Seinfeld.
No, but it's like, I feel, I know on cable TV, there was a lot of shows that you didn't watch, but because it was like prime time slots, whenever you tuned in, you would recognize the names of the shows, even if you didn't watch them. Now, when you scroll on any streaming service library, not just Netflix, I feel like 1 in 10 shows you recognize. The other ones just look like all duplicates of themselves. In like medieval times or like the 1900s. It's always like a man just like on Acorn TV, some guy just like fixing his tie. The cut or the thumbnail of the show. The Griswold. And he'll be just standing like this, and it's like, they have 15 seasons of that show. Who the fuck is watching that?
Cable forced networks to compete for your attention in a way.
Somebody is. I feel like I would love if they released the watching. Do they do that anymore or no? I feel like there was a time where they had to, or for some reason. I wish Netflix would release stats on like how well or not well shows performed. Because I guarantee you there are probably like 10 to 20 shows on Netflix that actually get hundreds of views. Like, that's it.
That streaming doesn't. And to take that one step further, today
full flops.
Shows and movies are literally designed knowing that people are not all the way paying attention to them. Netflix has leaned into what's called the second screen era, where they assume that most viewers are watching TV while scrolling their phones, cooking, or doing laundry. Hollywood writer, director, and producer Justine Bateman said, I've heard from showrunners who are given notes from the streamers that this isn't second screen enough, which begs the question, why would someone give all of their attention to something that is only designed to be consumed with half of their attention? According to reports, Netflix execs are urging screenwriters to have characters announce their actions out loud so that viewers can follow along.
I am going on a run now. I really think I just shot you.
Without looking at the screen. For example, we spent a day together. Lohan.
Oh my God, why did you just shoot me? You look up from your phone, you're like, oh damn. There's a burger in Vegas.
Tells her lover James in Irish Wish. I admit it was a beautiful day filled with dramatic vistas and romantic rain, but that doesn't give you the right to question my life choices. Tomorrow, I'm marrying Paul Kennedy. Fine, he responds. That will be the last you see of me because after this job is over, I'm off to Bolivia to photograph an endangered tree lizard. This
so hyper specific. They had to say that, so when it flashes forward and he's in Bolivia, they're like, oh, it's because he has to photograph an endangered tree lizard. Instead of being like, oh, I don't remember why he's in Bolivia.
Over-explaining feels completely unnatural, and real people don't talk like this. It makes what should feel cinematic like a boring audiobook. And look, I'm all for casual viewing. I know a ton of my audience casually watches my videos while doing other things. But also, I
cannot do that. I will not put on a YouTube video if I'm not locked in on it. That's personally me. I'll throw on like, if I want to not lock into something, on a YouTube video, I'll throw on like an hour-long cabin survival video. You're a second screen? Oh, I know I'm a second screen. 57% of my YouTube views come from TV. You think I don't know? I'm a big second screen slop kind of guy. For my audience, at least. Half of the people watching me are half paying attention. They have the stats on that. The lowest percentage I actually think is phones. Nobody watches me on the phone. I gotta look. Maybe on the gaming channel. On my main channel, I'm gonna look right now. On my main channel, if I go to audience, wait, 20% are new viewers in the last 30 days. 20% new viewers, 39% casual, 38% regular. If I go to device type, 82% male, 15% female. 39% of my audience is between 25 and 34. That's the highest range. Device type, 55% TV, 27% mobile, 13.8% computer, and 4.2% tablet. So most people watch me on TV, phone, then computer. Also, 1% of my audience is from Sweden. Fucking shout out to the Swedish people that watch me. Never thought I'd have 1% of my audience be from Sweden. It's US, UK, Canada, Australia. Makes perfect sense. Then Sweden. I'm like, whoa. Shout out to the Swedish viewers. Then it's Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, Philippines, South Africa, New Zealand, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Finland, Belgium, Romania. 0.2% of my audience is from India.
Low-budget YouTube videos that are free to watch, not multi-million-dollar films behind a paywall. I don't know about you, but when I watch a movie, I like to pay attention. By training viewers to expect...
Yeah, movies, you gotta pay attention. I think it's shows. Well, I don't know. I would say a lot of people put on shows as second screen TV. Would you guys say you put on movies as second screen TV? I would say if I'm watching a movie, I'm watching a movie. I'm locked in on a film. But a TV show, I might tune in, tune out.
Content that doesn't demand their full attention, Netflix is creating an audience that's even less likely to pay attention. And the less they pay attention, the less they care about quality. And as long as they feel just entertained enough, means they likely won't cancel their subscription. It's almost like they are conditioning the perfect audience who will barely pay attention to their content or their...
I watch Dexter as second screen. Yeah, you could watch some episodes of Dexter second screen. If it's like Deb being like, you don't care about me, Dex? I have a lot of beer in the fridge, Dex. But then if it's Dexter actively fucking murdering somebody, you gotta lock in. Yeah, when Deb gets into an emotional scene, tune into TikTok. I just don't like her acting, man. They make her annoying on purpose, and she does the role very well. But it's like, oh my god. You know how it's the same thing with like Skylar White. You know how like they make Skylar White purposefully annoying? Like, it's like that. She does really well, but it's like, fuck, man. Like, I hate the character. She is having some character growth in Dexter currently, though. I'm starting to like Deb a little bit more. I can't say why, because that would be spoilers.
In the cable era, a show needed to be excellent to survive. Well, not forever, actually. This started to die in the 2000s. Once cable became the dominant form of television in America, the few companies at the top could now take advantage of their market dominance. Cable prices climbed 40% in just 6 years, jumping from about $34 in 2000 to $47 in 2006. Meanwhile, inflation only rose 14.3% in that same period. Cable companies such as Comcast, Spectrum, Dish, DirecTV, and Cox started bundling networks into giant packages with hundreds, sometimes thousands of channels. If you wanted to watch ESPN, you were forced to also buy Lifetime, QVC, the Golf Channel, MTV3, and whatever else they decided to shove into the bundle. You weren't allowed to just pick the 5 or 6 channels that you actually watched. And now, streaming companies are doing a similar tactic. They flood their platforms with new shows.
Yeah, bro, I remember we had cable TV and we got some like free bundle when I was younger, and we had 2,000 channels. And you only watch channels like 1 through 100. So I was like, what the fuck is on the rest of these channels? You go to channel like 1,732, it's just some random shit going on.
Movies you will never watch because adding volume creates the illusion of value, justifying their increasing price. Netflix alone released 589 new Netflix originals in 2024, just slightly over its 2023 total of
589 Netflix originals, like not 589 shows or 589 individual like episodes? Netflix did not release almost 600 new shows or things.
68. There can't possibly be nearly 600 new shows and movies worth watching every year, but it's all part of the bigger plan. Every year, Netflix originals slowly take up more of their catalog, and then they license less. In 2022, over 50.
Yeah, and it's like Netflix originals can be pretty fire too, but most Netflix originals you're not watching. Like, you've heard, you know Stranger Things, you know Squid Games, but it's like, you don't know fucking some random sitcom they have casted.
80% of their catalog was originals. Now, some of these originals are good. Ozark, Queen's Gambit, Beef are just a few off the top of my head, but the rest are mostly filler. They are watering down their product to...
The Good Place is a Netflix original, and BoJack Horseman, and Big Mouth. They didn't start as originals.
Save money instead of purchasing valuable shows, because licensing the movies and TV shows you actually want to watch cost a fortune. In 2019, Netflix lost both Friends and The Office, two classic, reliable sitcoms that were some of the most watched shows on their platform, after Warner Media and NBC pulled the rights for their own services. To fill that gap, Netflix struck a massive deal to acquire Seinfeld, reportedly paying over $500 million for global streaming rights, and that's only for 5 years. So they would have to spend another fortune to keep the show. And this is the cycle we're stuck in now. Streamers don't want to pay billions to keep the classics that people actually want to watch, so they crank out repetitive, boring, low-budget originals that are literally designed for you to halfway pay attention to. Then they slowly raise the monthly price because look at all this new, fresh original.
Why is Hulu the most expensive? Hulu does have a lot of good stuff, I think. But I feel like, is that because it's Hulu without Hulu without ads? It's not ad free. This is not ad free. Oh yeah, no. Oh, you mean I'm saying this is not with ads. This is ad free. Apple TV is only $10. They don't have a lot.
Original content we're giving you, and users have been conditioned to only watch casually anyways, so they barely notice the dip in quality. Plus, that's only one streaming service. Every company with a little bit of valuable IP started their own app, and they're doing the same exact system. So now, if you want a library of great shows and movies, you need to subscribe to multiple services. The average household actively uses around 4 streaming apps, and 8% even access 10 or more. That equals about $69 per month, which is just about the same price that cable was in the early 2010s when everyone jumped to streaming. Piracy is the solution to all of these problems. Piracy reached a low in 2020 with 130 billion website visits, which by the way is still a ton, but by
do you think they're gonna crack down on piracy?
2024, that number had risen to 216 billion, and it's actually incredibly simple as to why. Gabe Newell, the founder of the online video game marketplace Steam, summarized this perfectly nearly a decade
Gay Ben.
ago. We think there is a fundamental misconception about piracy. Piracy is almost always a service problem and not a pricing problem. If a pirate offers a product anywhere in the world, 24/7, purchasable from the convenience of your personal computer, and the legal provider says that the product is region locked, will come to your country 3 months after the US release, and can only be purchased at a brick and mortar store, then the pirate service is more valuable. In short, convenience is key, and people are willing to pay, but why are they making it so complicated? The music industry got it right for the consumer. They created something so
Oh, that's true. There's competitors, but I really do think, like, I don't have a problem with Spotify. I understand, like, what is it? Like, I buy Duo. How much is Duo? Because I pay for me and Brooks. It's like, what, like $12? It's like 12 or 15 a month or some shit. I don't know what it is. I think it's 15. But it's like way cheaper to have Duo than Solo. What the fuck is Duo? You get 2 accounts of premium. But it's like, I think that's worth it, you know? Because you're basically getting unlimited. The streaming service solution to music is only upsides. Because if you remember prior to Spotify, Apple Music, all that, you had to buy the songs on iTunes. Like, you were paying $1 a song, $1.50 a song. So if you had like 200 songs you liked, oh, you were fucking spending a bag to listen to that shit. Like, it was expensive. Now, yeah, you don't own the music, but it's like dude, you're paying way less than you used to.
Simple that it wasn't even necessary to pirate music anymore. At its peak, Napster had nearly 80 million registered users downloading and sharing music for free. By the mid-2000s, sites like LimeWire and BitTorrent were handling billions of illegal downloads every year. Year over year, music revenue sales were dropping, and the music industry executives were convinced it was because of piracy. That's when Spotify, Apple Music, and other music streaming services came around to essentially make the Netflix of music. However, these services are better because there is no exclusivity. No matter what service you pay for, you will have access to basically the same exact music as any other
The only thing is you don't really get remixes on Spotify, which does annoy me. YouTube has that, Spotify doesn't. Spotify has like all mainstream shit. They don't really have like underground, like unless you upload it specifically to Spotify. It's like more rare.
One monthly price and nearly every song and album ever made. Now, this isn't necessarily all good. This has devalued music incredibly.
That's false as fuck. They don't have a lot of the remixes that I look for. A lot of slowed down shit.
Incredibly, and artists get fractions of a penny per
Like an Aura song.
stream, but unfortunately the customer doesn't care because the service is better for them. But we might be at a tipping point with music streaming services because Spotify is seemingly taking a page out of Netflix playbook and prioritizing their own music over licensed music, but the problem is it's AI generated. But that's a whole different video. Compared to now, it seems like in the early 2010s, streaming services had it right. All they had to do was not change. Piracy was at an all-time low in the early 2010s because it was safer, easier, and not a financial burden to just pay for the content you wanted to watch. Now, there are always going to be people who simply don't want to or can't pay. This is extremely common with pay-per-view events. For many years, Dana White and the UFC waged war against sites like Crackstreams, trying to convince everyone that he would get them shut down.
You kind of stirred the pot a little bit with the piracy, the online streamers. They want to come after you and give this thing away. So,
I will say pirated versions of UFC fights are generally lower quality and fail a lot. I think it does make sense to just buy a UFC fight with your friends. Like, solo, you can't really reason buying a UFC fight, but like, if you're with like 10 of your friends, just each spend like $4, and then you get to watch the fucking pay-per-view.
Any regret? It kind of maybe stirring the pot a little bit?
I'm glad you asked me about that because we got one. We got him. We're watching this guy right now. All you have to do is turn it on Saturday, and we got you. I can't wait. Turn it on Saturday, streamers, and see what happens.
Nothing happened. 4 years later, and you could watch any UFC fight crystal clear HD on a handful of different free streaming sites. Dana eventually realized he was losing the battle with illegal pay-per-view streamers, and to everyone's surprise, he actually made a deal that benefits the consumer now. In 2026, all UFC events will air exclusively on Paramount networks in the United States. That means in 2026, all UFC events will air exclusively on Paramount networks in the United States. That means 13 marquee numbered events and 30...
All of them? How much did Paramount pay for that? $7 billion. $7 billion. Oh my God. Wow, I was gonna say that shit ain't cheap. You're getting all of the UFC?
Fight networks in the United States. That means 13 marquee numbered events and 30 fight nights will air via Paramount Plus. For $13 per month, you can get all the UFC events and all of Paramount's content ad-free. This is actually
wow, that is so fucking crazy, dude.
A monumental shift. For the first time ever,
$7 billion.
Fans will have access to the fights at the lowest cost in history. But it's not all positive. Some suspect that this is the beginning of the UFC resorting to basically all the exact issues I have already raised with streaming services. Once the UFC moves fully to a streaming platform, they've got your money locked in, whether the card...
But then how do fighters get cuts at pay-per-view? Because don't main card fighters get a base salary for the fight, and then they also get a cut of the pay-per-view earnings? So how does that happen? Like the views.
Card is stacked with superstars or filled with nobodies. That pressure to deliver massive must-see events disappears
McGregor was the last fight to get pay-per-view percentage. Is that true?
overnight. And honestly, that's already been happening in the past couple years. The storytelling is basically non-existent. Cards are bloated with fighters nobody cares about. Their upcoming talent pool is getting less impressive and exciting. But now the cost of 13...
It is less. I do see a lot of people say what is it, Dagestan? Like all those guys coming out of there are like boring to watch. I don't know. I'm not like an avid UFC watcher. I'll watch like big cards that I'm hype about for like fighters I want to see. But a lot of people say like wrestler UFC fighters are really boring. But it's like that's it's a part of the game. You know, it's UFC, it's MMA, it's mixed martial arts. It's not just boxing and fucking high, you know, spin kicks and knocking people the fuck out. Like a lot of it's going to be grappling. I will agree though. When you're hyped for a main card and then you wait 3 hours for the main card to start and they're just hugging each other on the floor for fucking the entirety of the fight, it's not fun to watch, but it's like, it's a part of the sport. You know, you have to like that. You have to, that's more of an acquired taste in fighting, is watching guys like live in the clinch versus dudes that just strike and knock each other the fuck out.
marquee events is roughly the same price as one pay-per-view. So as long
Yeah, it's like the chess match part of it. It's like it's different from just like full power swinging.
as you get one good card per year, it's technically worth.
I like grappling. I like a mixture. I like when it's like some dude that's really good at grappling and then also a guy that's good at grappling but also like, you know, striking, and then you have them try to get out and play towards their expertise. It does suck when it's literally just like they live in a clinch and nothing happens and they just throw like elbows.
Worth the subscription. They quite literally just cheapened their product, so we should expect the quality to decrease even more. Also, fighters have traditionally been paid based on pay-per-view points, meaning if the card sold well, they got paid well. Once that model disappears, the UFC has to raise base pay for their top
Oh, see, that answers my question.
stars just to keep them happy. That makes those stars more expensive to book, so to save money, the UFC will inevitably have them fight less. Fewer high-profile matchups, more watered-down fight nights, and a whole lot of filler. Fans will pay less, but they also will get less. All of these companies across the entire entertainment industry, besides music, kinda, have overcomplicated their model of delivering content to customers for the sole purpose of squeezing every last dollar out of the end user. I believe most people are good people, and I don't think anyone expects to get quality entertainment for free. We were in a good sweet spot in the 2010s, but greed ruined it. Now the costs are higher, the content is worse, and the convenience is gone. I've canceled nearly all of
It'll revert. It has to. I like, because there's a level of like, not even like capitalism, but there's a level of like competition where if it gets too expensive and they don't have a good like portfolio of shit, people are just going to stop buying it. Those companies fail. That catalog of stuff goes to another company. They might hike their prices, but it'll still be a better deal overall. Like, it sucks, but it's going to be an up and down. It's hills.
my subscriptions or reduced to just the ad tier because I just don't watch as much. And I know I'm not alone. When the system no longer respects the consumer finds another way. That's why piracy doesn't feel like stealing anymore. It feels like the logical solution.
Do you think this will have UFC fighters leave? What, and go to a different fighting league? Because Dana's still probably paying them more than anybody else. So probably not. All right. Chat, we have How rich kids cheat the SAT. This is Big A. This is H. Rioch. He's also a streamer, but I think this is a really interesting topic he's going to talk about. So
I want to talk about SAT cheating, a rising scandal. Parents are fuming.
I have to move my camera.
About other people's kids getting extra time on the SAT. Now,
was extra time cheating technically? I knew a guy, dude, I knew a guy that I grew up with, went to middle school with, went to high school with. We're in the SAT room. He goes, yo, I will pay you $100 to this smart guy in my class. He goes, I'll pay you $100 if I could sit behind you. And you just kind of move your test score sheet to the like left a little bit. Dude did it, cheated on the whole fucking SAT, got a 1350. Proctor didn't fucking see shit. I was watching it happen. Like, I'm taking the SAT, I look over, and he's just, like, full copying this kid's answers. That's insane.
I'd heard tell of this through other articles and other news stories throughout the years, but this one was really specific. Parents have reached a break.
That's loser shit, bro. People cheat on the SAT all the time. The problem is if you cheat on the SAT and you get caught, ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. Like, the risk outweighs the reward. Just take the SAT. What is the SAT? A U.S. standardized test that is centralized around reading, comprehension, writing, and math. And it is a metric that is used to determine how smart you are in some ways, as well as whether or not you'll get into colleges and scholarships. More colleges don't use it now, but a lot of colleges still do. It's the SAT, and then what's the other one? What's the other one that uses science? I never took the other one. Is it the ACT? Yeah, the ACT I never took. The ACT is out of like 30-something or some shit. The SAT, you get a score up to 1,600. 1,600 is perfect. You get a minimum of 400. I took it 3 times, never studied. First one, I got an 1120. Then I got like a 1,200, and I took it one more time. I got a 1,300 flat. And I remember the day before I took it, I didn't study, but I was asking this guy that did well on the SAT what he did. He was like, wake up, take a cold shower, and eat almonds. I was like, okay. And it worked.
They're extremely angry. And so I decided to look a little more into it. Now, before I go on, I have to give a warning. Warning, 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 warning. This is for commenters and chatters. Whatever you have, ADHD, anxiety, IBS, I believe that it's real. I'm not calling whatever you've been diagnosed with not real. I am saying that there is a strong bit of evidence that wealthier students are exaggerating, faking, or using this stuff to get it.
Yeah, they're like out of 20 people that have extra time on the SAT, only like 10 of them actually have ADHD or some sort of need to actually get extra time. Like, that's annoying. I get you needing it if you actually have, ADHD. But there are people that, yeah, I could see that. Getting their parents to, like, somehow get a written note from a doctor that it says they need this, but in reality, they really don't. That, or they're, like, going to the doctors and kind of, like, they're, like, faking it so they get, like, the capability to get extra time. I'm not, in hindsight now, I don't dislike it. Like, if you need extra time, you need extra time. If I'm being honest, when I was in high school, there was a kid in my class that had ADHD, and during finals and the SAT, he would get like 30 minutes extra time, and I fucking hated him for it. I remember being so annoyed. I remember being like, you lucky fuck. Like, I was mad. I remember being mad. I remember being like, why do you get extra time? And I don't. Now I'm like, well, he has ADHD, so, But I also knew the guy, and I think he was one of the rich kids that kind of maybe tipped the scales a little bit.
So let's go into it. The SAT, an important test for college admissions here in America. And what's interesting is, on the SAT, you have a certain allotted amount of time to take the test. And that is how it's used to be standard.
Somebody in chat just said, I fake dyslexia, and now I get extra time. How did you fake dyslexia?
It's a standardized aptitude test. People, over time, have claimed that because of certain conditions like anxiety.
Bro, where should I move my camera? I'm going to move on the left. This is going to be a rare Joe Bart left side reaction.
Or ADHD or irritable bowel syndrome, that they need more time. They need 50% more time or double the time, or they need extra bathroom.
Double? I'm not even going to lie, bro. I finished most SAT segments well before the time was up. I think they give you, I'm saying like non-ADHD people with ADHD. Like, I think if you don't have a mental disorder, you have more than enough time. Like a 20-minute segment, I'm finishing that shit in like 12. And then I sit there and just wait because I'm not allowed to move on. I remember, bro, because when you take the SAT, you're not in your school necessarily. Like, you could take the SAT. I took 3 SATs. 2 of them I took at my school, and 1 of them I took at another school. And when you're taking it, it's people from all over your area. It's just like an SAT test zone. So, like, if you take it at your school, yeah, most of the people in your room are going to be from your class, but there's going to be a lot of people that are from other places. And I was this was the second SAT I had. I remember I was a sophomore, and this kid that walks in, bro, he had to be like 11 years old, swear to God. He walks in with with a folder and a calculator, and I'm like, yo, this kid's gonna fucking fail this shit. He was like some young Sheldon ass. Yo, but I don't think he was even like, I don't think he was like a kid prodigy. I think his parents just wanted him to like get the SAT down. So like when he was in high school, he'd be really good. Because you could just like infinitely take it. So like most people take it like once. Like he's probably going to take it every fucking 3 months for years. You've said this before? Yeah, bro. And he sat right in front of me. And I remember I would pay $200 right now to know what that kid got. Because there's no part of me. I know he had to have gotten like an 800. Like, bro, he had to be in like 5th grade. He had to be in like 5th fucking grade. There's no way you're doing well. Just turn your face cam off. We don't want to see your ugly balding ass. All right.
At like a community college or a non-wealthy high school or whatever, of people taking the SAT with these accommodations, having these problems, is 2.7%. Less than 3 out of 100 are diagnosed with these issues that require special accommodation. But one thing you'll notice is if you start looking at the wealthier and more successful schools, like Amherst College, that
oh my God, is it like way higher?
Number jumps up to 34%.
2.7 to 34%. Yeah, motherfuckers are paying to have ADHD. Motherfuckers are fucking lying about that. What? 34% of the students need extra time? There's no way.
At like Brown, it's 22%. Cornell, it's 25%. And at Stanford, the most egregious in the country, Stanford, by the way, probably because they also give special dorm room accommodations if you have a disability, which means you can get a single room instead of a double. You don't have to.
Oh, you can get a single room as a freshman if you have like a need to. Yeah, whenever you put that in place, there's going to be people that fucking scam the system.
Roommate. 38% of students at Stanford right now have a disability. Officially diagnosed disability. Over a third are saying they have a disability that allows them to get extra time on a test, a special room. And what's interesting is all evidence suggests that these disabilities should be more prevalent among people who are financially struggling, because the idea of like stressors, nutrition access, all that stuff should be higher. But it's the inverse. You see them appear way more often among wealthy students. This guy's from Stanford. He's saying half of his class gets to take their test in the accommodations room and get extra time. So the graph is insane, and it's rising so.
Yeah, you're a fucking Stanford student.
So fast.
You're at an Ivy League, and half of your class is fucking getting extra time
in recent years.
There's just no way.
Now, you may have heard about something similar to this.
It takes up space. It takes up space for people that actually have one. Yeah, no, that's fucking annoying as shit. Like, you actually have ADHD. You are struggling and need more time. And then you're sitting next to 3 jackasses that are just fucking scamming the system. So they're able to fucking make more money. Or not make more money, get more time. And therefore make more money because they want to go to an Ivy League.
Scandal back in 2019. This kind of went viral. There was a Netflix movie about it. It was mostly about college admissions, though. This is like the Lori Loughlin, dozens of parents got.
Oh my God, the fucking paying for good SAT scores. Yo, your kid got to be a fucking stupid ass idiot. You have a stupid fucking son for you have to pay a shitload of money to an SAT proctor to give your kid a good fucking score or give him the right answers. Your kid's a brick, right? What are we doing? Like, I'm not trying to be that guy, but like, if you're a rich ass, I make good money. If my kid's a fucking dork and he sucks at taking the SAT, tough shit, right? You suck at taking the SAT. I'm not going to fucking pay somebody $100,000 so you could fucking get into Harvard, all right? You're a bum. You shouldn't go to Harvard, right? That's what the fucking mindset should be, right? You don't have the accolades, the experience, or the intelligence to go to Harvard, so you're not going to Harvard. What is with this weird rich person mentality of being like, I need to pay for my kid to be in the best college and have the best education and have the best. Yeah, you want your kid to do well, but if your kid sucks at the fucking SAT, let him suck, right? Fucking silver spoon ass. You're just handing him everything instantly. What are we fucking doing?
They focused mainly on the fake admissions. creating a fake sport your kid played and like hiring whatever, all that stuff. That was the big story. But under the radar was a lot of what we're seeing come to the surface now with regards to test concessions and test accommodations. This is from the depositions. This is from the released depositions of these trials, okay? So this is a recorded taped phone call between this guy selling accommodations and this woman who's a mom. She goes, "Thanks for taking the time earlier today. I'm particularly interested in working with you guys and figuring out what's best for my daughter. She's an interesting kid. I'm sure you've seen them all. But this notion of going in, flying out to LA, sitting with your proctor and taking the exam is pretty interesting." Now, what they're doing is they're creating a separate testing site with a special proctor who is extremely accommodating, if not helping cheat. And these students can fly out and take the test there in this special quiet room.
Yeah, that's
and
so
this is
fucking weird. That is so fucking weird. Dude, your SAT proctor should be the equivalent of a substitute teacher. They should be sitting there, walking around, and just hawking over you. That's it. Like, if you go, "Oh, I have a question, can't help you, I actually don't know." Right? Like, you should hire SAT proctors that don't know how to take the SAT. Because then they can't help you. Then it's like, oh, there's no way they're even able to give you the answers or feed you anything.
A home run of home runs. And
yeah, SAT proctors, as all SAT proctors should have to have taken the SAT when they were in high school and gotten an 800.
It works.
That way, if you cheat off them, then you're probably going to do worse than if you actually just took it.
Every time. Talks about how you have to appeal to get the accommodation. So what we'll do is, I need you to tell your daughter that when she gets tested, to be as stupid.
Oh my God. Is this real? They're saying when she goes to get tested for like ADHD or something, literally just like purposefully get everything wrong.
To not be as smart as she is. The goal is to be slow, to be not as bright, all that we show discrepancies. They have this plan where people are faking. They are faking some kind of thing in order to get, and they have to pay. This is a leaked combo. This is a leaked combo, yes. You have to pay money. So it's like $4,000, $5,000. And if they don't get it from one psychologist, they just go to the next one. They are just going.
I mean, yeah, dude, but people do that all the time with shit. People doctor hop all the time until they hear the answer they want to hear. Like, I get you going to, like, multiple sources to see. Bro, did you see the one fucking video of the woman that said she had, like, phantom, like, fucking bipolar disorder or some shit? And she was like, "I've been to 20 doctors and they all tell me I don't have it." And I'm like, that means you don't have it, right? Like, somebody find that video. Maybe it wasn't BPD, but she said she had something. She was like, "I have phantom blank." And she was like, "I've been to doctors and they all tell me I don't have it." And it's like, oh, probably because you don't have it. Like, what? Like, it was autism? Oh my God, yeah, she said she had autism. She said she had phantom autism. Or no, it wasn't phantom. It was Schrodinger's autism. She said she had Schrodinger's autism. And she said that she's autistic, but every time that she goes and gets a doctor to look at her, then she's no longer autistic. I go, what? Like, I get you could go to a doctor. You could actually have autism, go to a doctor, and then them tell you don't. Go to another one, they tell you do. But if you've been to like 15, 20 doctors and they all say you're not autistic, newsflash, you're not autistic. That's the real thing, right? It's just like, and the whole point of the video is like, somebody replied to her and was like, just because you have like niche interests or you're like, a slightly weirder or quirkier person doesn't immediately equate to you have autism, right? Like, that's just your personality, right? Like, why are we LARPing having autism? That's just so fucking weird. Like, there's so many people on social media now that like actually just flat out self-diagnose. And that pisses me off. If I see somebody on social media say they self-diagnose themselves with autism, I want to peel my fucking skin off. Like, go to a doctor. Why are you saying that you have something that you don't have? Like, go like if you go to a doctor, they tell you don't have it, you don't fucking have it.
Down the list until they find somebody who will give their kid the diagnosis they want. And they use that diagnosis.
And then it makes people that actually are autistic get more shit. Because it's like, there's idiots like that are just fucking lying and saying they have something that they don't have.
To get an advantage on these extremely important tests. Now,
who trusts doctors? I get not wanting to trust one doctor, but if you go to 10 doctors and they all go, yeah, you're not autistic, you are a fucking jackass to go, no, I think I am.
Simple advantage is more time, which is scientifically proven to give a better result. They've run numerous double...
What's the ACT? Similar thing to the SAT.
Scientifically proven to give a better result. They've run numerous double-blind studies, and they find that 18 out of 20 times, even if the person has the same, they take both things, they'll get a higher score with the more time. So standardized starts to feel like the wrong...
I don't know. I feel like in my personal experience, if you gave me more time on an exam, I'm not doing better. Because I'm never running down... If I don't know it, I don't know it. Like, I'm not going to be doing this fucking, room searching ass shit. Like, if I don't know the answer, I don't know the answer. I'm going to overthink it. Yo, actually, I think I might do worse if you gave me more time. Because if I'm sitting there for another 30 minutes, I'm going to go over all my answers and be like, I don't know, actually.
Wrong word here. Because running out of time is standard on the exam. The exam is designed so you don't have all the time to do every question. And it gives you a huge advantage. The mom asks, won't schools find out? Won't schools know this is going on? Schools don't know. That's why you have to get the 100% bonus time or 50% multiple days. So what you can also do is you can get accommodation to take the test.
Do you need to write essays in the SAT or ACT? ACT, I have no idea. I never took it. The SAT, they have a writing portion that you could opt for. I did that once. It's like a side separate test that like some colleges want. And you take it's like the regular SAT, that's your score, and then there's another test that you do that you have to write
over multiple days, which means you could literally memorize a question you don't know the answer to, leave, go home, figure out.
I took the SAT, got a 980, and then enlisted into the Marines.
Out the answer, then come back another day. There's a current accommodation people are taking right now. That's let alone if you go to their testing center. The accommodations were meant to level the playing field, but what's happening is they're tilting the playing field towards those with money and access. And it's absolutely true. While these are diagnosed at normal rates at regular schools with middle-income people, they are diagnosed extremely high among wealthy students, and they are getting a structural advantage on these standardized tests that allows wealth and privilege to have a so-called higher score that allows them to beat people out for these elite colleges. Many more students, especially the affluent, get extra time to take the SAT. And what's interesting is like, there's nothing scientific about the measurement of how much time you get.
Yo, SAT day, bruh. I am so happy I don't have to take that shit anymore, bro. Oh my God. I remember waking up, dude, it was like nervous, bro. You pull up to the SAT, you're in a random ass room with no one you know, and it's just like you gotta lock in, bro. I feel like that's why I did better the last time, because the last SAT I took at a different school. I knew no one, I was in a room with random ass people. I felt like I was at the DMV, and I was just taking that shit. It makes you lock in, bro, I swear. Take the SAT somewhere where you're not comfortable. Just do both. See which one you do better at.
The test is balanced around a certain amount of time. How come like IBS is plus 50% or like ADHD is plus 100? Like there's no way to know how much time should be extra to be balanced. And so people just kind of get what they demand and what they push for. And so the power scaling gives you more, power scaling is the wrong word, but it gives you more, just a huge leg up and a way to not balance it. And I wanted to figure out like why this is happening recently, or like what was the timeline that got us here? And it started with, I think, really good intentions. So the truth is, this guy, Mark Brimehorst, in the year 2000, had a true disability. He had no hands. And so he needed extra time for the test. It was just required, okay? And so Brimehorst took...
They wouldn't give him more time and he had no hands. Are you fucking serious? Like, what a polar opposite. Bro pulls up, he has no hands, and they're like, nah, you gotta just take that shit, buddy. What the fuck? I'd be like, yo, I give this guy hours, bruh. Like, you know how hard it is to fucking fill in a bubble? No hands.
Extra time for the test. He got a good score on the GMAT. And then when it was submitted, they had marked it by saying the score is obtained under special circumstances. This is what they used to do. If you took extra time or you needed an accommodation, extra bathroom breaks, whatever, it would be fine. You get your score, but it would say this. It would just have a mark.
Wait, if you have IBS, you get more time on the SAT?
And he sued and said like that was a scarlet letter that was making him less appealing to colleges or what.
What's IBS? Irritable bowel syndrome.
Whatever.
What about alpha gal? I pull up. I can't eat mammal meat. I can't eat mammal meat.
Made his score seem less than, which I think is a fair point. Maybe people would.
They're like, okay. Do I get more time? No.
Would assume that there was something wrong with it. So once they got rid of this because of his lawsuit, that also got rid of the last barrier to being like, wait a minute, this is just better. And so rich people started to realize, wait a minute, I think there's a direct quote. The guy they caught on the phone, it was basically saying like, yeah, I mean, wealthy families have realized that it's a bonus for their kids so that they're behind if they don't do it. And so now it's like an arms race where wealthy families don't want their kids to fall behind. So they're finding ever increasing wilder accommodations and reasons to get.
What I eat in a day, TikToks are insane.
TikTok what I eat in a days have genuinely gotten out of control.
What you guys are today for a little snack for dinner? I wanted to have something sweet. So I got 2 boxes of the crumble cookies, you guys.
That is a fucking heart attack. Brooke literally just got me 4 of those cookies, and they taste good as hell, dude. I eat one of those, and I feel fucking disgusting after. Like, I'm happy to eat them, and I enjoy eating them, but, dude, one of those cookies is, what, like 600 calories more? And that's what? That's a box of 2 boxes of 8? 16 crumble cookies. I think if I ate 16 crumble cookies in one sitting, I would die. They're 1,000 calories. How much is a crumble cookie? Over 800. The semi-sweet chocolate one's like 700. Just so much saturated fat. It's just a heart attack. I don't actually think, I don't think anybody actually eats like this though. Can I say that? I understand there's people that are overweight and there's people that are obese, but I genuinely don't believe that there's anybody that orders 8 crumble cookies and eats them casually. I feel like a lot of it's for content because there's like, I don't want to say it's like a fetish or anything, but like the amount of people that love watching like mukbangs and watch people get morbidly obese. Like there are people that enjoy watching YouTubers like delve down this rabbit hole of like pure unhealthy dog shit. And no, seriously, like there are millions of views. Like there's 20 different YouTubers that make mukbangs, and not like regular mukbangs, like mukbangs where they just eat shit and just hordes of shit. It's not anything they would regularly eat, but it's like the content they make and it's how they make money, so they do it. But then they just start fucking gaining weight rapidly. Nikocado avocado? Yeah.
Honestly,
I mean, not anymore. He's like healthier now, but
nothing could have prepared me for these meals these morbidly obese people are eating. And honestly, I was just left disgusted by the absolute gluttony on show. And I want to start by looking at the diet of the up-and-coming creator known as James Bowler, who loves to show off his little snacks as he calls them.
What you guys today for breakfast for a little snack?
a whole box of Twinkies. Does he actually just eat all of them on camera, though? There's no way.
Have a whole box of Twinkies and some milk. Let's get started. These are literally like my favorite snack. I can swallow them whole. The second one.
Bro, why do people want to watch this, though? Is there... No, seriously. Because it's not ASMR, you know? That's why I was saying it has to be like some weird... Like the moaning. I'm telling you, bro, it has to be like some fetish content. Like there's no way... Because I get the appeal of ASMR, where like somebody eats something that makes like a weird crunchy noise. Bro, what's that? You know that ASMR where they be drinking like slurp juices? Like this. That's satisfying. That's satisfying to watch. I get that. But that's not like necessarily unhealthy. It's just like this guy drinks stuff that's like satisfying in these weird tubes and stuff, and it's like cool to watch. But there's like that, and then there's just like actually just watching somebody eat a box of fucking Twinkies. Like, it's not...
And I mean, before we get into what he eats, it's pretty impressive that James doesn't actually fit into the frame of his camera. Like, he's literally so wide, we can't see how wide he is. But back to what he eats, in what world is this a light snack? 2 boxes of Twinkies with a glass of milk has around 3,800 calories, and James is just literally...
And just straight fat and sugar, man.
...inhaling them. And honestly, just making the most disgusting...
Dude, he's panning into it, though. There's no way he just makes that noise when he's eating it. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's moaning. This is just fat shaming. He's being rude, yeah. The point that he's trying to make of this being bad is not fat shaming. When he was like, he's so wide he doesn't fit in your frame, that's fat shaming. But, no, that is fat. Making fun of somebody because they're fat is fat shaming. Pointing out the fact that they're eating unhealthy and they're going to fucking die because they're eating unhealthy is not fat shaming. I've always said that. Right? There's a difference between being like, hey, this is terribly unhealthy, and then, hey, making fun of somebody because they're fat.
Noises while doing so.
Yes, I got 2 because every time I finish these, no se me quitan antojos, so I got 2 boxes. Remember Balance is key, we're going to be having a meal like this? Balance is key, like, so we have some water. I wasn't going to do Diet Coke, but I was like, I was feeling a little spontaneous today, so...
It's rage bait content. I really do believe it's rage bait content. I don't think he actually thinks this. There's no way he thinks a bottle of water is balancing out the crumble cookies that he's eating. You know? Like, it's to annoy people to bait engagement, which gains views and money. Like,
and this is
that one looks pretty fucking good. No, that one looks pretty fucking good. Yeah, the moaning is really upsetting, right?
And this is a genuine question. Like, is this just some sort of fetish content? I just don't...
That's what I'm saying! What's with the moaning? What's with the moaning? Why we're eating a box of crumble cookies? It's like there's not a second of like silence.
I don't understand who this content is aimed at, and honestly, it's just sad to watch. I actually originally thought it was all rage bait, and there was no way that...
Oh no, I think it is. I think it's a mixture. I think it's like 80% rage bait and then 20% fetish content. Like that's because there's no... This isn't ASMR, right? There's no mic. He's recording on his phone. It's not like he's like eating it next to the camera or something.
Would actually eat this stuff day in and day out. But then you look at the size of him, and he clearly is. And he uploads one of these videos pretty much every single day.
Well, I think that's probably the cause, right? Like, you could eat healthy outside of this, and you would still gain weight. Like, if you're eating 3 caramel cookies on camera, that alone's 1,800 calories. That's like a day's worth of calories.
Today for a little snack.
Like, even just that. Like, dude, outside of this, he could just be eating straight salads, and he'd still gain weight.
For dinner, I wanted to have something sweet, so I got 2 boxes of the crumble cookies, you guys. I'm so excited. Let's get to this is the first box, you guys. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, I'm so excited. You know? The first one we have is the s'more brownies cookie. Look at that, you guys. Oh my god. Oh, that looks so good.
If you were curious about the calorie content of these crumble cookies, it's around 8,600 calories. And there's actually a guy that follows James and comments on pretty much every post he makes with a macro breakdown of what he eats. So this crumble...
Macro guy here, I just fell to my knees at all these. I have a family. I need James to start sticking to a diet. 432 grams of fat. Bro, that just clogs your arteries. 627 grams of sugar.
Cookie feast had over...
You had speedrunning a heart attack.
627 grams of sugar and 432 grams of fat. And like I said, over 8,600 calories. And this is just beyond sickening. And it's actually a joke that Instagram allowed James to keep his platform and get paid for it. James is without a doubt eating himself to death. In the comments on his video...
Yeah, I mean, it's not on the same severity, but like, obesity is a food addiction. Like, that's what it is. Like, and it's one of the hardest to I don't want to try and compare addictions, but the problem, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. The problem with food addictions is if you're addicted to crack, you stop doing crack, right? And it's really hard to get off of crack, but you stop doing crack. If you're addicted to food and you use food as a coping mechanism, you can't just stop eating. You need to eat to survive. So it's like the limiting of that is really, really hard. Yeah, like stress eating as well. It's like, it's a mixture of stress eating and then just poor diet.
Know this as well.
Like poor diet and eating bad doesn't equate to morbid obesity. It's like a level of like binge eating.
Unfortunately, this dude is literally eating himself to death. He's no doubt a diabetic and on his way to a massive heart attack. With so many people out there struggling to beat cancer and all kinds of ailments, this guy is killing himself in the name of food. Incredibly very sad. The worst part about James is that brands and restaurants have actually started inviting him to their places, presumably offering him free food for a good review. Now I have to say, why would any restaurant want him to review their food? It seems like James would eat
publicity,
absolutely anything and give it a 10 out of 10.
Mood, you guys, we're right here at Juice Time in Southern California, and we're here to try out their sweets. Mood. These are the first two. I think these are smoothies. This one was one of my faves. It tasted like cotton candy. This is a Dubai chocolate cup strawberry. 10.
Yeah, that shit looks fucking disgusting. Yo, that shit looks fucking disgusting. Oh my god, the Fruit Loops on the fucking this actually just looks like straight sugar slop. This is like somebody just trying to be like, yo, this tastes really good. It's just packed with sugar. It's just, there's no part of this that's appealing.
I think these are smoothies. This one was one of my faves. It tasted like cotton candy. This is the Dubai chocolate cup strawberry. 10 out of 10, you guys. Everything is homemade. These are the mini pancakes. We have the Biscoff mini pancakes. 10 out of 10. They're Dubai chocolates. So big, you guys. 10 out of 10, you guys.
I suppose actually he is a good reviewer because none of the food will go to waste. But I just can't see how anyone...
Alright, now, like, I understand the point in, like, documenting the what I eat in a day TikToks, but, like, now we're just, like, tossing in jabs. Like, that's rude.
Would look at James and want to eat what he eats. In fact, I would be staying well away from anything that he eats. James also isn't the only one who's making a big impact on Instagram. And actually, there's thousands of fat people sharing their what I eat in a day videos.
Everything I eat in a day as a fat girl.
This is Brandy Lee Snacks, who is unsurprisingly followed by...
Bro, who are the two fucking streamers that are gaining traction now? It's like, I understand it's like people laugh at it because it's funny, but it's like, dude, it's concerning. Like, that, Jay Bullen. And he acts like he's passing out. Yeah, Tismala and Jay Bullen. And they'll eat it and they'll go, oh! And they'll fall asleep or something. But it's like not, like it's a bit, but it's like, dude, like they're getting paid. And so it promotes that. But it's like, you know, I get why they do it. Like, I don't think they're in the wrong, but it just sucks.
James Buller.
Because it's like, now there's no motivation. Like, it's like, hey, now we're getting money to eat like shit.
On Instagram. And she loves to share what she eats in a day. And actually starts every single day with a donut dipped in milk. Just to make sure that she has the worst possible breakfast every morning.
Kayla for the 1,000 buddies. I don't eat the best that I could stand to lose some weight. I just finished Kate watching. This makes me want to start a diet tomorrow. I mean, if you want to diet, you want to diet. I have no problem with I don't make fun of people for their weight and how they look. I always say, as long as you're healthy, that's what matters. You know, outside of that, if your blood test comes back and your blood pressure's fine, who gives a fuck? You know, like that's what matters, right? If your cholesterol levels are fine, if your blood tests fine, whatever, you know, like somebody being like slightly overweight, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But like morbid obesity is different, where if it's like you're like 5'8" and 400 pounds, like that's like putting stress on your heart. Like you're gonna die when you're 35, right? Like that's the difference. I would assume you're still fine. Like I still eat cake. I still eat, you know, the fucking, what are those gancitos? Those are fucking good as hell. I eat those too much. But like, dude, like you can, I would say the biggest thing is like having a week's worth of calories. Like you have to fit that, like having, you know, 3 days of eating really healthy and then having a day where you have a bowl of ice cream or cake or something, that's fine. It's just like, you need a match. Like there has to be a level of consistency. And then you have days where you could take like, hey, I'm going to eat a bunch of cookies or brownie or whatever it is, you know? Gansito mentioned, those are good as fuck, man.
Iced chocolate milk. Like, look at that.
Looks like a dry ass. like, look at that. Looks like a dry ass fucking baked good. Oh my god.
Like,
That does not.
look at that.
Well, it's a good thing she got sugar-free syrup because I was just thinking she was eating a lot of food, but that should balance it out.
And why are we dipping everything in milk?
Oh my god. These cookies are amazing.
I don't know. I think it shouldn't. How do you fix this, right? Because it's like, if they're making these videos that are a minute long and they're getting paid for them, you know, they're making fucking $100 a video. Like, why would they not want to do it? But you can't demonetize that because they're not really breaking TOS. Like, they're just eating food. The shits are insane. Oh my god, the diarrhea, bro.
Oh my god.
Straight diarrhea. Going into that bathroom. Liquid shits. Liquid shits later, bro.
She says she's starving.
It's on this level of self-harm. Yeah, but you can't. No, you can't. No, because if somebody... You can't. No, you couldn't put that in TOS because it would be discriminatory. Because then if I on stream ate 10 Twinkies, people would be like, damn, that's bad. Like Jinxie. Jinxie lost the Roblox 1v1 with me. He drank a 2 liter of Sprite. That's like 300 grams of sugar. That's self-harm. It's not TOS, but it's like, if you see somebody that's morbidly obese doing it, then it's now considered that. Like, you know what I mean?
Despite eating about 2 days worth of calories, and honestly...
Roblox? Oh no, Rocket League. Sorry.
It isn't surprising.
It's because I was playing Roblox with Steak.
And for one, when you're that big, you're going to need more food to feel full because her stomach will be physically larger. And 2, she had...
I don't think it's the stomach. I don't think it's stomach physically being larger. It's you're not consuming an amount of food that's going to make you feel full. You're eating high caloric density, low dietary fiber foods. Your shits are going to be rock hard. You're always going to feel like you need more.
So many calories from sugar.
You're going to digest it so fast.
And carbs that her blood sugar will be spiking and then crashing, which is leading her to be more hungry.
Your stomach gets bigger. Yeah, when you eat amounts of food, it's volume.
Than if she ate whole meals and a high protein diet. The comments in this video weren't happy with her either. That's like 2 days of food. Stop making all this normal. There's
more than 2 days of food. It's like 5. It's like 6,000 calories.
Nothing normal. All this sugar is poison. Health is the most important thing we have. This is literally self-harm. Someone even commented defending her, saying that she isn't normalizing this much food, but the trouble is that she's doing exactly that. By posting these videos, there will be other people saying this who eat like her, and when they see other people doing it online, it...
Thought I was done eating for the night. You make me hungrier. Were those hard-boiled eggs topped with CC? Or deviled eggs?
People doing it online, it normalizes it to them and makes them feel like they don't...
You know the type of food videos that I like? Brooke put me on. It's this teacher that eats the most disgusting shit every day for fucking lunch, bro. She'll make like onion cups and like this pizza with like mayo on it. Oh my god, it's disgusting. But it's like interesting to watch because it's not unhealthy food. It's just stuff that's like, I don't want. Why? Courtney? Yeah, everybody just knew. Oh my god, it's so gross. It's like, it'll be like soup dumplings, and then just with like onion cups. I'm like, yo, that room has to stink. Like the students in that room when she breaks out her lunch Tupperware bin probably be like, what's her name? Yeah, I know her name's Courtney, but I need to like look up.
Life did not.
Oh, here it is. Courtney Cook. I need to find one that's like gross because she does make good food, but like some of them, it's just like. Oof. It's like, oof.
Happy Monday. Okay, I have a big old sweet potato. Holy crap. Yeah.
This is just lunch.
Some green onions, some butter. Oh, Buddha K. What is that? Almost. Pick them up. Oh.
Just eating a potato. Just eating a potato and onions, bro. Like what is that called? Like a Baltic breakfast. I love watching those too. Some dude with just a bunch of onions and shit, and you just like just munching on them.
Won't need to change. If Brandy wants to literally kill herself eating that much food, then she should be allowed. But she shouldn't be allowed to be monetized on these platforms for it. And
I get that point where it's like you shouldn't be able to be paid for it, but I mean, there's so much worse shit that people get paid for on content. So.
Although Brandy only has 160,000 followers.
It's like if you demonetize this, you have to demonetize anything that's bad for you. And then like half of content in general is not monetizable.
Adi Gutierrez has almost double that follower count and seems to have an even worse diet.
What I ate today as a baddie. Cereal for breakfast.
I mean, again, she is just another influencer starting the day off with a massive bowl of sugar. I get cereal's convenient and a lot of people watching this video will probably eat it, but just take—
Because if they don't get the benefit of it.
What's another little white lie on the pile, especially when that pile is making people extremely filthy f***ing rich? The 1980s saw a massive rise in consumerism. During the decade, over 16,000 shopping centers were built, and the crown jewel of all the consumerism was the shopping mall. There were approximately 2,500 malls in America during the Reagan years, and it made sense. As Americans left the city for green lawns of the suburbs, malls became the late 20th century version of the—
Are malls, do you think malls will ever like spark up again? Or are they like full dead forever? Because it's really like the mall apocalypse has affected the big mall. Or not the big malls, small malls. Big malls still function, like American Dream Mall, King of Prussia, like any huge mall you know of is still probably pretty popular. But any like small city or like lower, more kind of chain, not chain mall, but like kind of like a strip is something that's probably gone out of business or just died off, where they have like a lot of vacancies.
The town center. It's like we're building a new capitalism forward vision for the country. That worked out. I'm so glad we did that. In the mid-70s, 33% of US retail sales occurred in malls or shopping centers. A decade later, the number had grown to 52%. Concentrating the bulk of commerce into one centrally located center made one-stop shopping for holidays a breeze. And as a result, big event days like Black Friday made it very seductive to get shoppers into a building with thousands of stores to shop in, and it's not even 1,000, it's like 10. Why did I lie? This also led to stores waging—
Yo, actually though, bro, a mall could have 100 stores, 5 of them are interesting. 5. I could walk past fucking 30 stores in a mall, be like, dud, dud, dud. This place has gizmos. I'm in. And then I walk in. It's all ass, shitty products, overpriced. Walk out. Repeat the same process. Annie Ann's, yeah, you gotta do the traditional stop at Annie Ann's, grab some pretzel nugs and a large lemonade that makes you feel like you've never had water in your entire life after you're done drinking it.
Malls were the temple of materialism in the 80s, but the congregation was made up of yuppies. Yuppie is a term that stands for young, professional, upwardly mobile baby boomers. Yuppies are just young people with a bunch of money in their pocket, and they were baby boomers.
Millennials now. Millennials are the generation that have money but don't have kids, and that's why you see Disney adults. Disney adults are 85% of the time millennials because they don't have kids and they're probably dating somebody, so they're having a shared income and they could just blow it.
They suck overall. These young baby boomers had lost their hippie ethos after living through the recession, inflation, and high unemployment.
We're going to glance past it, but one of those people is naked.
This era gave birth to people like Donald Trump and TV shows like The Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous. Poor people love looking at rich people. Excess was celebrated, and luxury purchases were an important status symbol. The attitude was so prevalent that Newsweek named 1984 the year of the yuppie. Aspirational purchases became common as credit was passed out like candy. In fact, credit card debt doubled in 1980 to 1985 and then doubled again from 1985 to 1990. And I think it's very—
That fast? God damn. It is crazy that modern businesses' methodology, or like bank methodology, is try to get your customers or people that bank with you to accrue enough debt that they're able to pay it off, but that they physically cannot handle more. So they have so much debt that they're stuck in a cycle of paying you back, and they're never going to be able to fully pay you back. And then once they get a little bit of that debt back, get them to accrue more debt. So they're able to fucking fully be locked in on your system.
Even nowadays, if you see someone living a luxurious lifestyle on the internet or even in your neighborhood, you're like, how is Tom affording that boat and BMW? They're putting it on their credit card. And they're going to have to pay off debt for the rest of their lives. Genuinely. Do not try and keep up with these people. They're just indebting themselves. We're all broke. They're lying. I want to put that moral onto you guys. I realized that way too late in life. These people are just in enormous amounts of debt. Speaking of debt, man.
I think the end of the debt cycle or what triggered the end of like, oh wow, we're all fucked is Klarna. I think Klarna and the idea of being able to buy now, pay later for things that cost $30 and you could pay in increments is fucked. Fucked. It's not like, oh, you're buying this on a credit card. It's like you're buying this, but you're going to owe us, like, you could buy a burrito for fucking $10 and pay it off over 4 months. Don't buy the burrito if you need to use Klarna. And Klarna's a failing business because they're marketing themselves to people that don't pay back debt. If you're a guy that is going to Klarna pay a fucking Uber Eats order, you're probably not going to pay that back ever. So they're just in debt. Like, I'm pretty sure Klarna loses money. I don't know if they're ever making... I feel like I gotta Google that. Does Klarna make money? They gotta be in debt. Like, crippling debt. They make money through merchant fees. Okay, that's not telling me... That's telling me how they make money. Does Klarna profit? They had a net profit in 2024 after a 2023 loss. A loss in 2025, though. They had a net loss of $244 million in 2023. And a profit of 21 million in 24. So they're barely squeaking through in business terms.
Many of these credit purchases revolved around one of Black Friday's most popular...
Maybe it's late game, you know? Maybe they have to accrue the debt and they'll make it back later, but I don't know.
Sale items, electronics. Between 1980 and 1989, sales of electronic products increased over $150 billion. And it makes sense. It's 1989, baby. Get yourself a personal computer. Type on that bitch. I don't care. Get yourself a television, a stereo system, video game consoles. It's all good, baby. And Black Friday electronic sales is a trend that still happens to this day. Surveys suggest that approximately 75% of all in-store Black Friday shoppers plan to buy electronics. And one of the most common electronics...
I mean, what else are you gonna fucking buy? Clothes? I feel like electronics is usually what has the highest, like, markdown. Because they have high profit margins. So usually it's like clothes aren't going to be something that they mark down a lot.
Regardless, Black Friday TV sales are so common that the mentality is in America that you should not buy a TV until it's Black Friday, because it's stupid to do so otherwise. Retailers report that the average discount on a TV during Black Friday will be 23%. But if everyone is offering such steep discounts, how does a retailer stand out in the crowd? It's not like they're gonna slash their own bottom lines, right? Of course not. Instead, they'll just slash the quality of life and well-being of their employees. I'm talking about a phenomenon called Black Friday creep, which is part of Christmas creep, the idea that retailers start holiday-themed sales well before the traditional season starts. Massive retailers like Amazon and Walmart...
Yeah, but that's what made Black Friday no longer like a big deal.
Offer an entire Black Friday week for some items. Best Buy starts its Black Friday sales.
Well, that's Cyber Monday. But then you'll see, like, dude, what's a store that does, like, heavy Black Friday stuff? I feel like it's not Best Buy does it a lot. Yeah, fucking starting November 8th all the way through Cyber Monday. So it's a whole month. But I'm pretty sure like Walmart or like a big chain did Black Friday from like October.
The week before Thanksgiving, and Target
like all the way through like mid-December.
Target starts its early...
Yeah, Target November 1st through December 24th. It's not even Black Friday. Now it's, yeah, holiday savings.
Black Friday sale at the beginning of November.
Many at 40% off or higher. Like, that's lame as fuck, bro. The biggest sale you're going to have is 40% off base price. You need to have some shit that's like 90% off.
Early Black Friday.
I need to be able to buy a fucking toaster for $1.
Friday sale at the beginning of November.
For you to motivate people to actually pull up.
The race to the starting line of Christmas shopping, we got so bad in the early 2000s that employees were getting pissed because you had to work on Thanksgiving. In 2009, Kmart became the first major retailer to start its holiday sale on Thanksgiving, opening their doors at 8 p.m. for early Black Friday shopping, which, just so we're clear, was only 4 hours away from their normal opening hours, which was midnight. So why the f are you doing this? But not to be outdone, by 2013, shops like Target, Toys R Us, Walmart, Sears, and Macy's started opening up on Thanksgiving too. But in an insane bit of marketing, instead of calling it Thanksgiving,
wow, dude. Like, imagine being the guy all the way in the back of the fucking line over there. Why are you even trying? Why are you even trying? Like, I feel like I'm going home.
Retailers tried to rebrand it as Gary Thursday. Who the f is Gary? And imagine being a retail worker on, it's like, don't worry, you're not gonna go see your family on Thanksgiving. No, today you're gonna be working Gary Thursday. Does that sound good to you? Gary Thursday was met with widespread opposition from workers, and the pandemic Christmas season effectively put an end to it. But that hasn't stopped the overall Black Friday creep. Online shopping has enabled retailers to offer digital deals early without the hassle of in-store displays or staffing. Not only does this benefit companies by pushing sales with less overhead, but it also alleviates the sheer number of shoppers in their brick and mortar shops on
The sheer number of shoppers ruining their businesses, or more so the workers that have to be fucking fearful of their life during a Target Black Friday deal as they watch people push down the doors and trample each other to grab and they have to check that person out.
This was a welcome change from the Y2K era of Black Friday, which became overcrowded and, in general,
like that guy could have died.
Extremely dangerous. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the part of the script where I talk about people dying, so grab your popcorn and your true crime headset and let's get into it. Also, I'm wearing a hat now. Don't mention it, my hair was pissing me off. Between 2006 and 2021, at least 17 deaths and more than 100 injuries were tied to Black Friday shopping. For many, the most...
Oh, what? 17 deaths? That's more than one a year. I would have assumed like 5 people died.
For many, the most wonderful time of the year turns bloody in the name of good sales. Good shopping. Which makes me wonder, what limited edition release or outstanding discount would be worth getting harmed? Well, let's find out, shall we? It's time to play a...
It's gonna be, oh my god, is this gonna be like a game show? Am I gonna be able to guess? It's gonna be, like vacuums or TVs, headphones, speakers. It's going to be anything in the back of a Walmart or just a Best Buy. It's going to be tech. I feel like even somebody probably died like trying to get a hoverboard. So around that area as well. Probably the hoverboard season. Imagine being the kid that asked for a hoverboard and your parents fucking die trying to get you one.
The rules are simple, and that was actually real though. If you use code SIT, you get $1 for the first month. The rules are simple. I'm going to show you a deal, and we're going to decide just how far someone would be willing to go to obtain that deal. What deadly extremes await? Let's find out. In 2011, Walmart offered a 4 gigabyte, which is crazy, Xbox 360 Connect bundle.
4 gigabyte? 4 gigabyte. There were games that you could play on an Xbox 360 that were below 4 gigabytes? What game? Even a Call of Duty on the Xbox 360 was probably, what, like 30 gigabytes? 40? Not a digital? Ooh, yeah, if you had a disc copy, how much disc space would it take?
For $199.96 plus a $50 gift card. Keep in mind,
So you get Xbox for $149 effectively. But they're giving you the gift card because you're obviously going to buy something that's over $50, so they're getting your business that you would rather take elsewhere. What was the price of a regular Xbox 360?
Keep in mind that this bundle was sold for anywhere between $250 and $300 at the time. Not only that...
Oh, it was 4 gigabytes of RAM. Games were just discs. They didn't have digital copies on the 360. Sorry.
Keep in mind that this bundle was sold for anywhere between $250 and $300 at the time. Not only that, but the gift card really sweetened the bundle. That's free money, baby. You could walk out of there with a brand new console and a copy of Halo 3 for basically nothing. So what
I mean, is that crazy of a deal? $300 console that you're getting for... it's 50% off. I think, yeah, getting an Xbox 360 for 50% off, one of the biggest consoles of its time. Like, the PS3 ended up selling more all time, but I'm pretty sure the Xbox 360 steamrolled initially.
would you be willing to do to play Connectimals for the first time? Survey says a woman in LA unleashed pepper spray on an entire Walmart to keep people away from the console. Luckily, only 20 people were hurt, most with only minor injuries related to fleeing the scene of the maniacal discount shopper. But there's a catch. The woman claims she only used pepper spray to protect her own self and children from other maniacal shoppers. So there's just layers of insanity here. We have adults ripping Xboxes out of the arms of children, which also makes me wonder if these kids are picking their own gifts. The 2000s were a night.
You see, that's a cheap strategy. That's a cheap strategy. Black Friday shopping is solely for adults. Hey, I originally was gonna have to take, wow, you just tried to take an Xbox away from a kid. But you're choosing to bring your kids into a war zone because you're gonna try and guilt other people you're gonna be like, oh honey, here, hold this Xbox, even though you have a fucking cart. You know, you're gonna give the Xbox to your 8-year-old child, knowing that that's dangerous when you could put it in the cart because then they won't take it. Walk up to the kid, boom! Just grab that shit and fucking run out. Nah. Yo, sorry, kid. Rules don't exist in the Walmart on Black Friday. Wham! Just fucking knock him out. Steal the Xbox. Run out of that bitch.
Do not arm mothers during the Christmas season. Everyone's going crazy. Mothers, most of which, because they gotta put gifts under the tree, and they'll do anything to do that. All right, our next deal to die for comes to us courtesy of the great nation of Canada. We all know that they're supposed to be nicer in the Great White North, so I'm assuming this is going to be mild at best. But this story—
You throw through the ceiling tiles. You walk out, you see him, it's like there's one Xbox left, you just grab him and chuck him into the ceiling and just run off. He's like stuck in the vents.
It is about sneakerheads, so the niceness of Canadians mixed with the assholeness of sneakerheads probably balances out a pretty good bunch. In 2016, the Adidas store in Vancouver hosted a Black Friday drop of Bape sneaker collab called MMDR1 Olive Camo. If you're not familiar with sneaker world—
Oh, did they like resell for crazy?
Or Bape in 2016, this was a huge deal. Mainly because resellers scoop up all of the shoes and sell them on the secondary market for an insane markup. So if you wanted these cool ass kicks without spending an extra hundreds of dollars on the secondhand market, your best bet was waiting in line and being willing to pay retail. So how wild would hypebeasts go to wear something that you literally step in dog shit with? Well, let's find out. Survey says over 300 people showed up for the drop and the store had no security to oversee the crowd. One customer, who was apparently drunk, became agitated and started throwing punches at others in line. At one point, he decided, like most aggro drunk guys do, to
oh my god, I've seen this video.
Take off his shirt and challenge onlookers to fisticuffs. Eventually, he took his belt off and started swinging it around, using it as a whip to hit others in the crowd. Eventually, the cops were called to disperse the crowd and apprehended the shirtless and beltless Canadian sneakerhead. So congratulations, brother. You did a weird, aggressive striptease. You have to pay 500% markup for your dumbass shoes, and you're gonna spend the night of Christmas in jail. You. But okay, America, we're not gonna let Canada one-up us on crazy-ass consumerism, are we? Our next prize is a deep discount on a Samsung 50-inch Plasma HD TV.
That's worth it. That's worth it. I don't even know what the discount is, bro. But that's worth fucking throwing hands for in, what, like 2012? A fucking Samsung flat screen.
Best kind of TV you can buy to this day. So I understand the what's the word I'm looking for? Hysteria. In 2008, Walmart's Black Friday sale offered
2008
for this puppy at $798. For context,
bro, see, that's the crazy shit about TVs. That TV now would be like $100. They have really expensive like 4K OLED TVs and shit, but it's like, bro, you could get a good flat screen for so much cheaper now.
Plasma screen TVs were top of the line back then. And this model regularly
well, yeah, this specific one. This is a blocky flat screen.
Retailed at over $1,000 more than Walmart's sales price. So this was legitimate.
Huh? They're selling it for $700 and normally it was around $2K.
Since 38% of Black Friday shoppers say they're in the market for a TV, a deal like the Samsung 50-incher doesn't last long. So how much plasma are you willing to lose to get this much plasma in your life? This deal brought out residents of Valley Stream, New York in droves. Over 2,000 people waited in line for Walmart's Black Friday to begin, and when a store employee started to open the doors, the impatient crowd surged forward, breaking through the metal barrier and trampling the employee to death. Instead of trying to help,
bro, they killed the fucking employee.
Thousands of customers piled into the store, crawling over one another and the employee. When security and other Walmart workers tried to clear the store because, you know, it was basically the scene of a murder, customers actually complained. The store did close for a few hours, but then opened back up again once they got the dead body out of there.
That's insane they didn't full close for the day. I feel like the family should be able to fucking sue Walmart for like crazy money there, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? The guy gets trampled to death when they open. They close for a few hours and then fucking open back up. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna clean all the blood off the floor.
But I don't know, that's a good deal on TV. I can't talk. So that's f***ing crazy. Someone actually died, and an employee nonetheless. So now it's time for our final round of Deal or Die. And surprise, surprise, this takes place at another Walmart in Reno, Nevada in 2016. Now the thing you have to understand is
Dude, 2016, it's like, I mean, that's, you know, almost 10 years ago, but I feel like a lot of these stories would have been like 2005, 2006. Because, like, Black Friday shopping has consistently gotten worse over the years. Meaning, like, the sales are worse. The sales are worse, so there's no reason to go.
million in-store Black Friday shoppers that year. And you know, there are only so many spaces in a Black Friday parking lot. The spaces at this Walmart were hard to come by, and the cars people drive are gigantic. So this altercation wasn't over a flat screen or, like I said, one of those dumb ninja products. It was over a parking spot. I mean, to keep in mind, there was an actual deal going on. Walmart had a killer deal on the DJI Phantom 3 drone. This puppy was marked down from $499 to $369, so that's wild.
That's $100.
Savings. So what would you do?
$100. $100 is good, but it's $100 on a fucking $500 product.
For a parking spot to get into a store that had a drone off for 26%. This one seems like it wasn't worth it. A driver was accidentally cut off in a parking lot, so he got out of his vehicle and attacked the other driver with a metal rod. The driver, who was
Yeah, I feel like that's just road rage.
getting his face smashed in, grabbed a gun from his car and fired through the window, killing the attacker. The shooter, fled the scene and claimed he feared for his life, and I don't blame him. So just to be
maybe fleeing the scene because there was like crazy people there. But I think in an instance like that, the shooter is in the right because the guy was attacking him with a metal rod. But fleeing the scene makes him look mad guilty. You know what I mean? Like you got in an argument with a guy, he gets out of his car, starts fucking attacking you, trying to kill you. You shoot him, fine. But then you drive home.
clear, if you're ever in Reno, Nevada, just know that the Walmart parking lots there are ruled by Wild West law. Just start shooting if you don't get a parking spot. But you know what the worst part of Deal or Die is? It's usually not worth the deal nowadays. With its dark roots in labor exploitation, aspirational consumerism, and violence, many Black Friday sales aren't even valued. All too often, stores jack up the price of an item right before the holiday just so they can offer a bigger discount on it without actually losing money. Last year, the $20 Amazon stick was raised by $20 the day before Black Friday and then sold at a 50% discount.
That should be illegal. That should be illegal. The government should do something about that. That is insane. $20, they double the price, half it by 50%. They're just selling it for what they were selling it before. But now they're just conning you into thinking that you're getting a good deal.
How are we falling for this shit? And some Black Friday sales aren't actually discounts. They're either pre-existing sales rebranded or they're just listed as sales for the hell of it. A study found that approximately
Wow, it's just the same sale. I think that's scummy. I don't think that should be illegal because that's still it's still a sale. They're just calling it a Black Friday sale versus literally changing the price to then have it, but still sell it for the same price you were selling it before.
A study found that approximately 41 of Black Friday items offer no real savings compared to their usual prices. Imagine getting whipped in the face with a belt, hit with a metal pipe, or shot in the chest just because you're trying to buy a drone for a regular retail price. That's the kind of behavior that will never get you into heaven. I know, I did a skit about it. But whether it's online or in-store on Gray Thursday, Black Friday, or Cyber Monday, you're gonna spend some serious money this holiday season. And hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not gonna go on some spiel about the true meaning of Christmas. I want gifts, I like candy, and if I don't have good enough gifts under the Christmas tree, I act like that little bitch in Harry Potter. 45? Is it 45 or 40? I don't remember the number he says, but he's being a dick. What's his name? Trevor? No. I don't know.
Trevor Dursley, is that his actual name in the game? Or not in the game, in the movie? Isn't it Dudley?
Whatever. I just want you to know that every gift you unwrap during the season of giving was paid by the blood of the proletariat and ghosts of Black Friday past. Let me know what discounts you've seen in the past where you'd go
his name's Dudley Dursley.
Wild West in a Reno parking lot in order to obtain that sweet, sweet deal. Because let's face it, everybody has a price. New videos every Saturday and sometimes Wednesday. Like, comment, and subscribe.
And sometimes Wednesday. I fucking love Big Tug. That was a fun video. Coming out.
monkeys. They look pretty old, pretty well trained. These are obviously some veterans in the coconut trade. And yeah, I know, just
Yeah, because like you would, the argument for it being fucked up is like, oh, because it's a monkey. But for like a border collie, it wouldn't. But border collies are also bred animals from, like, they didn't exist without humans.
kind of wild just watching them hold on. I guess it makes sense. But let's see how it goes down. Dog seems amped up as well.
They're taken out to
I mean, getting the dog some exercise, but he can't just get, but he can't hitch a ride. we're making him run the whole fucking way.
Seems amped up as well.
Does he want to run the whole way through? There's a little space in there. I mean, you can sit in there.
They're taken out to actual coconut fields and they're worked in a 3-monkey rotation. They're not ready yet for the full-blown day's work of a working monkey, but they're getting...
Oh, see, I don't think they should be working like 8-hour shifts. I feel like they should work like an hour, and then they get to do whatever the fuck they want.
real experience in an actual field.
Yeah, I don't know if they should work an 8-hour. Like if you're making the monkey work a 9 to 5, I think that's probably animal abuse. I think that's crazy.
All right, guys, enough of
compensation for that. Yeah, they need a 401k and benefits.
the school, enough of the practice. Bowie, it is time for some actual harvesting, huh?
The 3 apprentices perform surprisingly well. They need constant coaxing.
That's a lot of fucking coconuts, man.
And their attention holds for just 1 or 2 trees before it drifts and they just can't be trained anymore. So that's why they're worked in rotation.
Oh my god, there's a huge tree.
At times, though, they're even working in parallel. Just
That's
2
like a 50-foot fucking tree.
monkeys up there in the trees, one working each tree, harvesting together.
Alright guys, it's crazy how tall this tree is. Like there's no way you'd be climbing up there. I mean, maybe you could if you had a death wish. But this monkey is making kind of short work of it. We are kind of having to call to him every now and then.
We work 9 to 5s though. Yeah, you also get benefits from your employer, and you're a human living in a society that like understands the idea of a 9 to 5.
It is crazy how high these things
You're choosing that.
are.
Like society chose that.
But he's on his like maybe 4th or 5th coconut right now. And yeah. Oh,
Yeah, the big issue is the monkey's not choosing to do it.
Here it goes.
That's where it's like, that's where people are going to argue whether or not this is abuse. Outside of that, it's like, it doesn't really seem like they're being mistreated.
Flying everywhere, these coconuts. I gotta admit, you gotta keep an eye on it. It is a little bit dangerous. He's just calling out to it. It's being a little bit choosy, a little bit picky, hunting around, finding the right coconut, and then just boom, spinning them around. They come down in short order. They fly everywhere. Again, gotta keep an eye on it. Just crazy though, how high this tree is. And I've got to admit how effective this has been so far. 1 tree, maybe 6 or 7 coconuts. Yeah, maybe I should keep an eye on this.
And it's really hard to not be impressed by what these guys can do.
It's 2026. It's 2026, chat. Jesus Christ. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, bro. Come on, man. It's not funny anymore. It's not.
I don't know why. I took down, I don't know, 15, 20 coconuts in absolutely no time.
But like, how much are they selling? I know they're turning the coconuts into coconut water and then packaging, selling that. But like, how much do you think they're making off 1 coconut? Like when the monkey rips a coconut off, falls to the ground, is that like 20 cents? Like how much is that worth? Bro, the only other thing I worry about is like that motherfucker falling from the tree and dying. Like, obviously it's a smart ape. Like it's probably not, but...
Pretty impressive how selective these monkeys are and how much you kind of trust them. Like he'll call out to them, sort of push them to take the coconuts. But as soon as it seems like the monkey is done, like he's saying, this tree has only got unripe coconuts left, he's just going to trust the monkey and not really push the issue. Huh.
Later that day, we run into real working monkeys. They arrive just right...
Wait, those were apprentices. So this one's like seasoned veteran, been working the biz for 10 years. He's got a pension built up.
Riding on motorbikes, pulling up to a roadside pit stop. One of them's on the side of a trike, the other's just hanging onto the back of a motorbike like a school kid in Vietnam, catching a ride home.
Wow, and they just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like, this guy's weird? Or would they see you as one of them? Like, obviously, like, a cat would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. Would they just be like, that's a big human? And he's kind of pale.
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s. Who was the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
It's just shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he
I will say this is the most impressive thing that I've seen in 2026.
very gentle while he's doing that. He just like moving his hands like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does.
Yeah, he said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like help to guide a little bit too. So
Like, this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up. They don't have to sort of yell at them that much. They
Andrew
just,
Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys really are very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head. Unripe, too. Just a hard green coconut. It's gotta be, in the 400 years of them doing this, there has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees.
can you ask him if he's ever been hit by a coconut?
yeah, sometimes. Or just sometimes when they hit the tree and then like, you know, just hit him too sometimes. But that is it. Like, you have to be very cautious. You have to fall.
Would that shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like if that monkey threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
We're told pretty bluntly that the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
what?
I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey.
I don't know. I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
They are very well trained, right? So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker work a 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30 or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees. That probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
It is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree. They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
yeah, hit a fire. They just start jerking off. Just a quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkeys do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But you know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
And as we drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes with a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the trees and collecting the coconuts.
so again, guys, similar kind of setup. A couple of these trikes. Big boy monkeys, males mainly. Apparently females and males can do this job, but the males seem to be the choice selection. They're rocking.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time? Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday. It is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all those coconuts. Like, that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
All right, I don't know about thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving community of them.
Oh la la.
Every time it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck, you know what I mean? He's kind of like that hippo from Madagascar.
Oh, he's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk out some hardcore. Oh, God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn. Why are you staring? I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at its butthole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop. I'm moving forward.
These coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that
area
old?
is like, it's not modern farming. So you can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right? So you can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons used for hunting. And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it really is like the same. It is the same thing.
And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. Monkeys in our minds are supposed to be wild, supposed to belong in the jungle. But here in
Yeah, because we've never lived around them, but if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them. This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today, by law...
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was confident in that.
This
Wow!
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today, by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family. One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor, but as skill. Something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see whose monkey is the best.
How long has he done?
No fucking way. They have dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Guys, I've got to admit, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this. And it hasn't been the case at all. Like, when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies. They sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts. And,
I don't know, man. It really ruined the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer. It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh, no, no. Dude, that's a top 5. That's got to be like a top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house and they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. That shit, and you're like trying to walk away and it just fucking grabs onto you, dude. It's like a wrestler just fucking hunkering down on your leg, man. It sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh, no, I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm gonna scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no, no.
seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers, the monkeys. It's been a tradition.
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude, that shit's fucking disgusting.
Here for up to 400 years. It provides livelihoods for the locals. I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read online, you hear the negative sides of these stories. You're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used for sort of labor. And I can't verify, a lot of the monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing factor, is if this has been like, if they're taking them from the wild and training them, that's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years to be monkeys that work like and live side by side with humans, you know, because then they're starting to like distinguish themselves from wild apes.
But at the very least, I think it's more ambiguous than it is being portrayed as by some of the people out there on the internet.
There is also a practical reality as well. These coconut groves are ancient. Some of these trees are several hundred years old and they stretch as far as you can see. There are hundreds of...
Oh, wow, this doesn't even look real.
thousands of
These are all coconut trees?
acres of ancient coconut grove in Surat Thani. It is the entire ecosystem.
Is it still common for people to use these monkeys to harvest the coconuts, or is it something that's kind of dying out?
Yeah, he said
At
it's
some point, there's going to be a machine that'll do it.
still pretty common around here.
And without trained monkeys, well, the alternative would be to cut them down. Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing.
Oh, see, that's what I've seen. I've never actually been, like, I've never been to Asia, but I've been to, like, the Caribbean where there's coconut trees, and they're always, like, what, like 15, 20 feet? Like, I've never seen a coconut tree this high.
Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing up everywhere else. And I think that's where things get kind of complicated.
They only can use the monkey in this area, cannot go other area. They'll get arrested by the police.
Really?
Yeah, because because of the, 2 or 3 years ago of the news, like the trading between Thai and the US, I think. Yeah, they're strictly forcing the laws.
Crazy, huh? So they're really cracking down on this way of life.
Yes, and it's like just not.
The monkeys get arrested or the people? Sewer water. Take a guess. Take a guess. Sewer water, gun to your head. Do you think the human's gonna get arrested for leaving the area and harvesting coconuts, or the monkey?
Look, I get it. Monkeys are incredibly intelligent animals. It can suck to see them on a leash. Watching them work, it can make us feel uncomfortable. But is this really so different from dogs and horses and falconry? Or is it just something that's not that familiar to us? It starts to feel like this double standard, like animal labor is acceptable when it fits our Western traditions, but when it doesn't, then it's abuse.
These babies should.
Well, the weirdest thing about horse races is they're really fucking... Horses are, like, driven to the fucking brink, bro. And they're young. Like, when you see those horse racers, the only thing is, like, they have to work that hard for the first 2 years of their life. And to my knowledge, I don't even think the owners of those horses make that much money from the racing itself. Obviously, they're betting. But the money maker is when that horse is done, they just sell that horse to fuck for like 10 years.
Be cradled by their mothers, but they're prisoners.
The statement is by PETA, and normally I don't go with stuff that PETA says.
And in the end, this debate, I don't think it's going to matter for that much longer anyway. The new laws are already being put in place. It feels like Thailand.
Dude, that's the problem with PETA too, is like they'll have things that aren't crazy, but like PETA gets clowned on so hard because they take offense to everything. Somebody said I missed the old PETA. That's what I'm saying. It's like what they stand for isn't bad, but it's like PETA will be commenting about shit that's like not bad a lot of the time. And so then people just clown on them.
And is ready to move on. And the old groves, they're beginning to disappear also. Bit by bit, they're getting replaced with those short, stumpy trees. Something that can be easily harvested by a machine, benefiting from the new economics.
You see these short-ass coconut trees? These are the sort of modern plantations. They don't grow high at all, and you can just pick them right away.
Yeah, humans just pick them.
And so if you feel uncomfortable...
I will say, I think, I didn't know this existed where they could just have micro trees. I feel like they should just do this, but I do understand there's literally like thousands of acres of land of these tall ass trees.
About this at all. Let me just reassure you that I think this is a tradition and a practice that is going to just naturally die out. Anyway, fortunately...
It's going to naturally die out because it is just less efficient. Like, it makes more sense long term to just have fields of smaller trees that you could just have a human pick them or a machine even come by.
Or unfortunately, depending upon the way you look at it, this is the future. It's just so much easier. So I guess I'm just happy I get to document this whilst it still hangs around.
Wow, what a fun fucking video to watch. Fucked up in the beginning, too. More questionable near the end, but what seems to be a reliable and good way to harvest will be replaced by diesel burning machines. Makes sense to this day and age. While the monkeys untying the knots this day is really insane. No, that was the craziest part. Like, that was the most impressive thing, was its capability to untie and crawl through knots to be able to like untangle itself. Next video chat, lock in.